Coucou. Alors, une petite seconde, j'arrive. Alors, du coup, la musique, on va dégager. Waze. Voilà. Ok. Ah, j'arrive pas. Ça roule? Filou, la forme? Du coup, voilà, on va jouer à un putain de jeu très très cool que j'ai un peu fait, mais j'aimerais bien le faire, genre, enfin le compléter à fond aujourd'hui là. Du coup, j'ai supprimé les saves, on va le reprendre au départ. Ah ouais? Ah ouais, merde. Bon bah, repose-toi bien, ouais. J'espère que ça te plaira, que tu pourras te détendre. Mais ouais, là... Ah bon bah c'est cool, bah je suis content que tu sois là. Et il y a... Oui, tu parles de stream nul, enfin de stream qui vont pas. Justement, c'est un peu un week-end de stream là avec le Z-Event. J'imagine que ça te branche pas pour avoir dit ça. Mais voilà, moi j'ai pas trop regardé, même en fait pas du tout. J'ai pas du tout regardé. Mais bon, ils sont sympathiques. Je sais que c'est bien le concept. De quoi tu veux dire, le jeu là ou le... Alors, si je fais ça... C'est bon, ça se règle, ouais. Ok. Le Z-Event, ouais, voilà. Ouais, ouais. Oui, oui, bah moi je regarde plutôt en fait les vidéos a posteriori, je m'en fous complètement, mais la plupart des streamers et tout, en fait, enfin moi c'est très très rare que je regarde un truc en live, parce que c'est important d'être en live, en fait, je regarde beaucoup de VOD, que je m'en bats les couilles. Ouais, l'association et puis bah, tout le fric qu'ils arrivent à rameter pour des bonnes causes, c'est bien. Voilà, voilà, bon, on va y aller tranquille, hein, je suis pas pressé. J'ai mon petit café avec ma superbe tasse que Bouloukou m'a acheté quand il est venu ici. T'as vu? C'est un peu le logo andalou de mon tatouage en fait. N'empêche, mes tatouages sont super chiants à montrer à la caméra, là, vu leur angle. Ouais, mais elle est vraiment trop trop belle cette tasse. Il en a pris une pour sa copine aussi, pareil, la même, parce qu'elle est vraiment hyper belle. Mais tu l'avais jamais vu, Filou? Mon tatou? Oh bah putain, la musique! Oh la musique c'est... Ah mais non non mais c'est la musique du jeu, putain, j'étais en mode... putain, ok, j'ai trop phasé, j'étais en mode c'est ma musique en aléatoire. Et je croyais que ça avait passé sur Apothéon, qui est un jeu sur la Grèce antique. Et je me disais putain ça marche trop bien, mais en fait non, c'est normal, c'est la musique du jeu. Donc The Forgotten City, ben c'est vraiment hyper cool pour ce qu'on en a fait. On a joué un peu avec Boloku, on a fait 3 fins, sachant qu'il y en a au moins 5 ou 6 je crois, un truc comme ça. Et tu vas voir, c'est vraiment un délire, mais je trouve ça... Enfin moi j'ai trouvé ça trop trop bien. J'ai eu la recommandation via le podcast jeux vidéo. Silence on joue par Erwan Cario et d'autres. Donc Libération, la section jeux vidéo de Libération, tout ça, tout ça. Bref, du coup, bah, on va y aller tranquille, on va se remettre dans le bain, que je recapte bien tout, et après, on se focusera sur les fins, sur la fin. Mais déjà, on va y aller tranquille, c'est beaucoup d'écoute, de dialogue, de l'acting avec des personnages très très cool, très savoureux. Voilà, et c'est en anglais, mais je vais mettre... je pense que je vais laisser les sous-titres en anglais, j'espère que ce sera pas un souci. Voilà. Bon bref, allez, manette, hop. Ah oui, please help us avoid spoilers. Alors, voilà, on va découvrir des intrigues et des plot twists, donc il faut prévenir les gens qu'il va y avoir du spoil. Il demande de mettre un spoiler warning, donc je vais le mettre sur mon stream. J'avais complètement oublié qu'il faisait ça. Euh... Voilà, tac, j'ai rajouté un petit spoiler warning dans le titre. Je trouve ça tout mignon, leur petit message en mode oui, notre truc, il est basé sur une histoire, sur du narratif, donc quand même, faites attention. Voilà, alors, settings, le langage, c'est en anglais. Je crois que je l'avais mis en vrai, je vais pouvoir le changer en direct. Donc on peut commencer en français tant qu'on est ensemble, Philo. On aura probablement des anglophones qui arriveront après, mais on va commencer comme ça, j'ai un peu la flemme d'être en full English là. Et de toute façon, les voix seront en anglais, c'est obligé, donc en vrai, non, autant avoir les deux langues, au moins l'oral en anglais et l'écrit en français. Ça crée plus de diversité. Ah ouais, le champ de vision, on peut le bouger aussi. Franchement, ils ont... Enfin, moi je trouve leur jeu, il est clean. Les options là, tout, c'est très... Arme principale, arme secondaire. Bon, j'hésite à me faire un chocolat chaud. Bah écoute, moi je pense que tu pourrais, hein, vas-y, hein, j'ai mon petit café, je vais avancer tout doucement sur le début. Mais en tout cas, je te souhaite de bien kiffer. C'est parti, nouvelle partie, let's go. Ce jeu est une aventure où vous invitez en résoudre un mystère ayant plusieurs fins possibles. La force ne vous servira à rien pour réussir à dominer l'art de la conversation et avoir recours à l'exploration.
Hey, you're alive.
Salut!
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Alors... C'est genre un homme ou une femme, c'est ça Moi je vais mettre lui là. Voilà. Ah oui. Ah mais attends, en fait non, c'est les mains. Oui mais voilà, c'est ça. Ça c'est plutôt une femme je pense. Bon bah je suis un mec. Bronzé. Mais pas trop. Voilà, comme ça. Et on va m'appeler... Ah, alors ça c'est la bonne question. C'est la bonne question. Alors comment on va s'appeler? Moi j'ai trop envie de m'appeler Constantin. J'ai trop envie de m'appeler Constantin. Constantinus. On va faire la version moderne. Un vrai petit andalou, voilà. Constantin. Parce que c'est la Rome antique, donc il n'y a pas de meilleure occasion que celle-là pour s'appeler Constantin. Allons-y, let's go. Sauvegarder les choix et continuer. Je suis Constantin et je vais tous vous niquer.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
Constantin?
And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
Alors, ah oui, et donc là on peut choisir voilà notre background un petit peu. Alors la dernière fois avec Bouloku, mais elle prononce jamais. Oui bah non, ça, ça serait trop beau hein, s'il y avait une putain d'IA qui pouvait te faire de la synthèse de voix, synthèse vocale à partir d'une actrice et tout et tout. Mais non, ce sera à l'écrit vite fait. Alors, la dernière fois, nous on avait fait ça, voilà, archéologue, des années à étudier l'histoire vous donne occasionnellement des perspectives sur le monde antique. Ça, j'avais trouvé ça très très cool avec Bouloku. Mais comme je l'ai déjà vu, j'aurais bien aimé le montrer en stream parce que bon, c'est des petites anecdotes un peu sur la Rome antique, tout ça c'est cool. Mais voilà, vous avez une arme à feu? Seulement 10 balles? Attends, mais j'ai une arme à feu? Pardon, excuse-moi. Filer la justice. Je cours plus vite. D'accord, ça je suis plus résistant. En vrai, le soldat mission secrète avec une arme là, ça peut être intéressant quoi. Ça veut dire qu'on peut tuer, on va pouvoir tuer qui on veut en mode random total. Alors. Après, aller vite en courant, c'est cool. Parce que je pourrais, genre, moins me faire. C'est pas mal, aller plus vite. Je pourrais peut-être moins me faire emmerder. Je pourrais peut-être rattraper certains personnages. Et les ruines antiques, c'était cool. Moi, j'aimais bien les petites anecdotes là. Ah, ça t'intéresserait aussi l'archéologue. Mais en vrai, archéologue, ça m'intéresse. Mais comme j'ai déjà fait, on verra si on peut changer plus tard. Mais je suis pas sûr d'y jouer un autre soir. J'aimerais beaucoup faire le doser à fond ce soir et le compléter, faire toutes les fins. Je m'en souviens de 3 fins que je vais essayer d'obtenir le plus rapidement possible. En tout cas, je vais commencer à me balader et tout. Puis quand on aura fait un peu le tour, j'essaierai d'obtenir ces fins-là. Mais ouais, le truc d'aller plus vite, c'est pas mal. Oui, votre récent traumatisme crânien a augmenté votre seuil de tolérance à la douleur. Hmm. Ben écoute, franchement, je sais pas, c'est trop compliqué. J'aime bien l'idée d'aller vite, mais ça fait qu'on aura moins de petites anecdotes. Et j'aime bien l'arme, mais ça m'a l'air trop... Enfin, ça peut trop foutre le bordel en fait par rapport à la structure de jeu. J'aime bien ça, aller plus vite, parce que la structure du jeu change pas vraiment. Enfin, c'est juste que je pourrais peut-être, en courant, mieux m'en sortir et j'irai aussi plus vite pour naviguer, pour faire mes trucs. Donc c'est peut-être pas mal, c'est bien.
Really? You know what? Don't answer that. I don't think I want to
Énorme. Donc je l'ai dit, raboule le fric. Vas-y, j'ai envie de lui prendre son
know.
matos.
Oh, come on. In your state, I could drop you on your butt and drag you right back into that river if I wanted to. Look, you've just been through a trauma, so I'm gonna forget you said that. But you owe me, and I need a favor. There are some ruins just behind you.
Dis-moi.
Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him. So I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please? Oh,
Attends, vas-y.
sorry. I don't mean
Que
to
se
be pushy.
passe-t-il là déjà? Tu vas voir, c'est assez passionnant, Philou. Moi je trouve il y a un truc narratif. C'est exactement ce que disait Erwan Cario. La manière dont on est transporté dans ce truc, dont l'histoire nous prend, est vraiment très très bien menée. C'est très cool. Alors, ah oui, donc ça c'est des questions un peu. Il y aura des questions un peu récurrentes qu'on pourra poser à plein de gens. Genre, quelle est votre histoire? On peut la poser à plein de gens.
Oh,
Dis-moi
there's
tout.
not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean?
Et ouais, tu t'appelles
Oh,
comment?
I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
Si, je veux connaître ton nom.
All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey. It's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself.
N'hésite pas si tu veux des réponses particulières, Philou, j'essaierai de marquer des pauses sur certaines. Et si je prends les devants et que je clique sur un truc qui correspond pas à ce qui t'intéressait, désolé par avance. Mais n'hésite pas si tu vois des solutions là. Eh bien, merci de m'avoir sauvé la vie. Pourquoi tu refuses de me dire ton nom, Karen? Tous ces mèmes sur Karen ont vraiment ruiné ce prénom, pas vrai? Alors, voilà, il y a un truc comme ça. Il y a même une référence au Covid dans le jeu à un moment, qui était dans les trailers. On la verra tout à l'heure. Bon, bah, pourquoi tu refuses? Bah non, je veux lui dire merci de m'avoir sauvé la vie, voilà.
You're
Karen.
welcome.
Voilà, elle s'est faite
Always
troller
wondered.
apparemment parce qu'elle s'appelait Karen, je sais pas
Was
trop.
there anything else
En,
you
an-
wanted
en
to ask?
anglais, en anglais peut-être c'est un truc ou je sais pas. Enfin, ça dit quelque chose toi, Philou, des mèmes sur Karen? C'est quoi ce truc? C'est qui Al?
He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him.
D'ailleurs, on est le jour d'Halloween. J'aurais pu faire un jeu plus adapté, mais j'aurais dû faire Naissance ou un truc comme ça, mais j'avais trop envie de jouer à Forgotten City malheureusement. J'aurais dû faire un autre jeu pour le Game Over, le numéro 18, mais bon, c'est pas. J'avais vraiment envie de voir les autres fins de celui-ci, donc. Mais on est où en fait là? Tu m'as chopé dans un fleuve, mais
You
quel fleuve?
really don't remember?
Oh!
We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber.
Mhm. Le Tibre, d'accord, donc on est près de Rome. En fait, Karen, c'est la quadra américaine typique blanche raciste qui cherche à faire régner sa petite loi et qui veut tout le temps voir le manager si on lui rembourse pas le muffin qu'elle a mangé à moitié qui lui plaît pas. C'est quoi, what the fuck? C'est sérieux? C'est ça? Putain, ok, bah dommage pour elle. Ah putain, merci beaucoup pour l'info, Philou, c'est énorme. Ok, bah dommage pour elle. Mais les ruines là dont tu parles, qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al.
Oui, on va trouver Al, t'inquiète.
What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me.
Ok.
Great. So you're ready to go look for Al?
Oui. Je vais chercher des actes. Oui, voilà, moi je suis un voleur, hein. Je suis en mode. Je vais piller des tombeaux, t'inquiète, Tomb Raider.
My hero. The
My
entrance is just past those
hero.
mountains behind you. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
Une petite lampe? Petite lampe torche? Ah là, cimère. Oh, jolie lampe torche. Tiens, attends, je peux pas te la foutre dans la gueule là? Psst, bzz, bzz. Ok. Bon, alors, Karen, comme ça, on n'aime pas ses muffins, on finit pas son assiette. Attention, hein. Bon, bref. Et je peux courir hyper vite, parce que je suis un putain de speedrunner. Du coup, les speedrunners, ils prennent forcément ça. Ouah, par contre, ah ouais, non mais, oh, ça me revient, quoi. Il est trop fucking beau, ce jeu. Il est hyper beau. Il me rappelle The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, qui avait aussi une grosse emphase sur la modélisation, sur les rendus, comme ça, et artistiquement. Mais franchement, c'est trop beau. Ok, d'accord, Philou, merci. Mais c'est trop beau, c'est trop beau. Je peux pas aller là-bas. C'est hyper stylé, hein. Vraiment. Moi, je trouve la modélisation et le rendu, enfin, artistiquement, je sais pas, les textures, tout, c'est pas... Enfin, comment dire? Oh, petit sac à dos, rempli de vêtements de randonnée. D'accord, donc je peux le... Ah non, il faut que je le pose. Bon, on va le laisser là.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged.
Une carafe dorée.
Virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time?
Ah bah ouais, Philou.
Could people have
Bah ne serait-ce qu'à
survived
Rome.
against the odds?
À Rome, tu vas au forum déjà.
Seems there's only one way to find
Il y a plein de ruines comme ça, c'est très stylé.
If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation or a warning. Al Worth.
Ok, bon, un petit message de Hal. Voyons si j'arrive à lire ce qu'il y a écrit là. Ciné... Non, je comprends rien. Je suis déjà allé, mais pour visiter les bâtiments religieux. Ouais. Ah, t'es allé à Rome sans visiter le Colisée, putain, quel dommage. Ah ouais, bah je te souhaite d'y aller à l'occasion. Enfin, je ne peux que te le souhaiter. Et puis les ruines, les trucs comme ça, moi j'aime beaucoup la Grèce aussi. J'étais allé à Delphes comme ça. Delphes, c'était vraiment très cool. Bon, et du coup, en fait, c'est énorme, c'est une plateforme quoi qui tombe comme ça. Hop, zoup. Ah, plouf. Voilà, je peux sortir comme ça. Et regarde là, les reflets de l'eau et tout. Je trouve ça trop beau. Il est hyper beau ce jeu. Il est tout fin, mais il y a vraiment des trucs dans les rendus qui sont nickel. Là, il y a une espèce de goutte qui tombe. C'est quoi? C'est quoi d'ailleurs? C'est bon, ok, bizarre. L'eau là, elle est vraiment. Enfin, je sais pas. Moi, je trouve qu'il a un cachet vraiment dans sa modélisation qui est pas artistiquement curhic. Il y a des statues là. Il y a des petits bruits là. Ah, énorme. Énorme filou. Une mosaïque romaine antique qui représente un dieu transformant un homme en or. C'est en mode Midas. Bonjour. Une jeune romaine prenant une pose plaintive. Et du coup... Ah ok. Bon, j'étais déjà au courant pour cette chose très étrange qui est en train de se passer avec ces statues. Mais au début, tu le sais pas. Et c'est en mode... What? What? Oh putain, mais c'est ici! Putain, mais cette porte! D'accord, c'est par là qu'on est rentré. Ouais, ça fait un peu peur, ouais, il y a des passages un peu flippants, ouais. Une jeune femme romaine, elle semble supplier pour sa vie. Regarde lui, là. Coucou! Bah, justement, il faut qu'on sache un peu ce qui se passe, Philou. Ouais. Non, non, les trucs flippants, il y en aura d'autres encore après. Mais ça va, t'inquiète, c'est pas un jeu d'horreur non plus, hein. Un légionnaire romain terrifié. Ah, il y en a, ils bougent pas leur tête, c'est bizarre. Mais donc voilà, on est dans cette caverne. Et moi je trouve vraiment, mais surtout déjà le 60 FPS c'est hyper clean, ça fait du bien. Déjà. Et vraiment, c'est pas grand chose, je suis d'accord, on a vu ça 1000 fois, c'est juste des cailloux là, bon voilà. Mais je sais pas, il y a un truc dans la DA qui. Et ça va se développer au fur et à mesure, mais il y a vraiment un truc dans la DA, je trouve, qui est hyper solide avec ce jeu. Suivre la trace d'Al. Ah, bonjour. Statue dorée d'un vieil homme aux vêtements modernes. Il doit s'agir d'Al, mais comment est-ce possible? D'accord. C'est Al.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place.
Quid pro quo.
Going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. In here, there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right.
Putain, mais je reconnais trop en fait l'endroit où on passe là. C'est énorme.
Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Une dépouille humaine. Cet individu est mort il y a bien longtemps. Un relief romain représentant un grand portail circulaire et deux femmes. Je me demande qui elles peuvent être. Des grenades! Bonjour.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Salut, monsieur propre. Donc, je m'appelle Constantin et je viens du futur.
No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait.
Bien sûr, Philou, l'Alhambra, c'est un vestige historique.
Not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here.
Bien sûr, Philou. Bah, de plein d'époques, c'est ça le truc avec Grenade, c'est que c'est un empilement de plein de cultures différentes. Donc, à la base, il y avait les Romains ici, donc il y a pas mal de murs, d'enceintes, de trucs. Certains, mais bon, c'est assez rare quand même. Mais bon, il y a encore des vestiges un peu romains, en tout cas des fondations romaines anciennes, et la manière dont la ville est agencée, c'est à l'origine un truc romain, et ensuite il y a eu notamment les Arabes et les musulmans et les chrétiens, avec t'as eu plein de trucs sur les guerres saintes, tout. Donc à l'époque Moyen-Âge, ici il se passait beaucoup de choses, et puis bon, il y a eu un empilement de choses, et l'Alhambra ça représente beaucoup ça. Tu peux regarder sur des photos, en fait tu verras, il y a des espèces de, il y a beaucoup de blocs différents, et il y a certains bâtiments qui ont été faits par les chrétiens quand ils ont repris cette région-là de l'Espagne, du sud de l'Espagne. Et donc les fondations de l'Alhambra, à la toute base, il y avait, je pense, des vestiges romains, mais c'est surtout musulman, avec les tableaux, toutes les pièces et les palais Nassari, les palais Nasrides, on appelle ça, c'est de la dynastie Nasride à l'époque. Donc tu avais le sultan, la sultane. Justement, depuis ma fenêtre, on voit c'est un truc qui est un peu à l'écart de l'Alhambra, mais qui est sur la même colline, qui est le Generalife, ça s'appelle le Généralif. Et c'était le palais de la sultane, tout ça. Mais après, tu as eu Charles Quint notamment qui s'est installé ici, et donc tu as tous les trucs chrétiens. Donc tu as une église qui a été construite, le palais de Charles Quint, plein de trucs. Donc c'est un gros empilement un peu générationnel. Et l'Alhambra est comme ça au milieu de Grenade, et incarne très très bien ça. Et le quartier dans lequel je vis là, c'est un très vieux quartier aussi. Tu fais un petit bisou à Philou? Quelle est la date?
We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome.
Au contraire, non,
What
Philou.
part of the empire are you from exactly?
Non, non, elle est très contente et quand ils s'en vont, elle squatte leur chaise, enfin leur siège et leur lit parce qu'elle est triste. Mais c'est bon. Cela ne m'aide pas. Est-ce avant ou après Jésus-Christ? Wesh, ouais, n'hésite pas. Oui, alors, c'est Jésus-Christ, il est où en fait? AUC.
Hey, not so loud.
Ah,
Just saying that name could land you in trouble here.
c'est énorme.
Heard his cultists burned down half of Rome last year. Horrible business. I heard Nero executed some of them, but a lot of people are still angry with them, even down here. So,
T'imagines, enfin, t'es plongé là-dedans, tu tombes sur un mec qui te parle comme ça, genre Jésus, attention, faut pas en parler, Néron, il les a tous cramés, je sais pas quoi.
get here.
What the fuck?
You seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So, let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
Just fine. Ouais.
Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment.
Oui, il est très cool. Il est hyper cool, c'est notre meilleur pote en vrai. Tu vois.
But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers.
Galerius.
So I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
Vas-y.
When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's, it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Ah, don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo.
Mais moi je trouve ce jeu trop accueillant quoi, genre waouh, t'as l'impression d'être une visite, ouais, de visiter, c'est ça, d'être en visite mais en mode Cluedo, aventure, machin, enfin c'est trop énorme quoi. Enfin je sais pas, moi je suis trop client quoi. Désolé Galerius, je te coupe la parole mais je suis trop en mode émerveillé, en mode petit garçon, genre waouh.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
Merde, je suis attendu. C'est à quel sujet?
I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule.
Ah, the Golden Rule. Alright.
Busy preparing for the election later today.
D'accord, un peu plus tard, il y a des élections aujourd'hui. Oui, vas-y.
The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the
C'est tellement beau quoi, la musique et tout là.
One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective.
Ugh,
call it
this place has become a
That
thoroughfare.
seems like rough justice to you. You're in for a rude shock.
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here.
L'autre il continue de parler, zut.
Magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
Voilà, bon, je vais monter les escaliers, mec. Oui, d'accord, excuse-moi, je parle à la jolie demoiselle. C'est quoi ton histoire,
I'm
baby?
Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
Ah, cet accent, cette voix. Charming. Humph. Humph. Oui, la règle d'or, qu'en penses-tu? Je ne la connais pas, mais...
You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing God who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent God would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. I suppose we will. Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies?
Ok, elle a perdu sa sœur. Donc on va lui demander ce qu'il en est.
It was 3 weeks ago.
Mais le mystère et tout, moi je trouve ça absolument passionnant. J'espère, Philou, que tu vas kiffer plonger dedans et découvrir ces personnages et tout ce qu'ils ont à dire là. Et qu'est-ce qui se passe ici, quoi? What the fuck? C'est quoi cet endroit? Je suis où? Tout ça, c'est trop bien, je trouve. Et c'est vrai qu'elle s'appelle Sentia, et toi tu t'appelles Sentia?
You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest, and my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Scintilla.
Du coup, ok, je l'aime bien, cool. Elle est vraiment, elle est assez, elle a un petit côté antipathique, tu vas voir. Nous, quand on jouait avec Paul la dernière fois, elle nous avait tège, donc je sais pas trop. On va voir. Mais ouais, du coup, moi, mon nom de famille, c'est Blanc, comme la couleur. Donc, il faudrait que j'appelle ma fille aînée Blanca. Et Blanc... ouais, elle a les pieds sur terre, ouais. Et du coup, la Blancina... Blancina? Non, Blancia. Ou... Parce que en romain, blanc, ça se dit... Enfin, en romain, comment on appelle ça en latin? C'est, je crois, Alba. Donc il faudrait que j'appelle la première Alba et la deuxième Albia. Blancia. En fait, blanc, ça sonne pas du tout romain, il faudrait prendre il faudrait juste prendre le mot romain, le mot latin. Du coup, ce serait Alba et Albia. Albia, c'est chelou quand même, mais Alba, j'aime beaucoup, c'est un des très rares, très rares prénoms qui est potentiellement dans une éventualité fortuite, improbable, blablabla, eh bien, je pourrais être amené à donner, mais ouais, c'est d'ailleurs un des, enfin, en fait, ouais, un des, je crois, deux seuls noms. Albia, Albia, c'est chou, ouais, c'est chou, ouais. Mais on s'en fout en fait complètement dans le jeu, on n'a absolument pas besoin de ça, mais je trouve c'est rigolo. Alors, je sais pas si tu as un nom de famille romain, Philou, mais voilà. Du coup. Vous semblez étonnamment détendu malgré la disparition de votre sœur, espèce de poufias. Fréquentait-elle
I
quelqu'un?
think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me. Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans.
Et du coup, le mec, il peut être impliqué?
I don't know. But it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city.
D'accord.
Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy? I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance.
Non, 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 c'est qu'une observation. Alors, je pense que vous savez quelque chose et que vous voulez pas me le dire. On peut bluffer. Non, non, je vais lui demander. Non, 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 parce qu'elle va pas. Non, je dis. Non, c'est juste une observation. J'ai pas envie de la froisser en fait. Et je crois que la dernière fois on avait bluffé avec Boloku et qu'elle s'est vénère, elle nous a envoyé chier, on pouvait plus lui parler. Genre, t'as des persos, ils font comme ça, genre, tu peux plus leur parler. Tu vois, Filou, ils sont. C'est ça qui est énorme, c'est vraiment basé sur le dialogue du coup. Et du coup, si tu les énerves, en fait, ils t'envoient chier, quoi. Et je trouve ça... C'est con, hein, c'est vraiment très con, hein, mais en fait, il n'y a pas tant de jeux que ça qui le font, quoi. Et vu que ça... Tu vas voir après, ça a un concept de boucle temporelle, du coup, bah, il y a vraiment des portes qui se ferment, et tu fais, ah, bon, bah, merde, c'était pas... Enfin, j'ai pas approfondi avec cette personne, peut-être la prochaine fois, du coup. Et c'est trop bien, quoi. C'est trop passionnant, du coup, parce que tu as vraiment envie d'avoir des discussions sincères avec les gens, en mode, au pire, on verra, quoi. Au pire, je l'adapterai, mais bref, du coup, c'est assez intéressant. Bah non,
If you
tout va bien.
must know, I'm here because my father has forbidden me from leaving the villa. I couldn't bear to lose you too, he says, as if he loves me, and not because he needs at least one daughter he can trade off.
Trade. Ok, c'est hardcore. Bah putain, vous êtes... en plus, elle est toute vêtue de noir, là. Elle me rappelle Iris dans The Witcher 3 qui disait Je ne suis que tristesse.
So you'll help me find her?
Oui, oui, oui.
Oh, thank you. You should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just
Ah,
by the front door.
c'est
Maybe you'll find something the rest of us missed.
c'est déjà mieux. Ah putain, puis elle nous a dit un truc, quoi. Attends, mais c'est ouf. Bah vas-y, attends, je vais voir ça tout de suite. Ah oui, et du coup, quand on dit je fais ça tout de suite, ça ajoute le point dans la quête. Parce que les... Voilà, triangle. Voilà, on a les quêtes et un petit inventaire. C'est tout. Écrit comme ça, lol. Avec de l'espace qui reste là. C'est trop drôle comment c'est écrit, c'est tellement pas crédible. Bon bref. Donc il y a des objectifs principaux, la règle d'or, mais ça va être d'aller voir, donc il faut se renseigner, mais on va aller parler à l'autre. Mais disparition, il faut savoir ce qui est arrivé à Santilla. C'est celle-là, du coup, bah, avant même de monter à l'étage voir le papa, on va faire ça. Ces carottes sont violettes comme elles l'étaient avant que les carottes oranges modernes soient cultivées. Ça, je croyais que c'était une anecdote qu'on n'avait que quand on est en mode archéologue. Le garde doit avoir les doigts de ouf pour avoir écrit ça au style. C'est ça. Ah, une pelle pour feu une pelle pour feu romaine en bronze. Elle sent la cendre. Waouh. Cuisiner avec un si mauvaise intuition sans désagréable, mais les Romains pouvaient peut-être Attends, vous voyez peut-être cela comme le problème de leur serviteur, lol. Bah oui, j'imaginais. Énorme. Putain, c'est tellement beau. J'ai l'impression d'être un papa boomer un peu en mode non mais regarde, Jonathan.
My room. Leave before I call Horatius.
Oh là là, quoi? Ok, pardon, merde. Désolé. Putain, elle s'est vénère parce que je suis rentré dans sa chambre, c'est trop bien. Les interactions, t'as des trucs comme ça qui sont surprenants de ouf. Je trouve ça trop stylé. Un pot d'encre. De suie et d'eau. Putain, l'encre. Un miroir en laiton. Ouais, ça c'est du miroir pour être toujours beau, tu vois. En mode, oh là là, j'ai un visage rayonnant comme le soleil. C'est tout ce que je peux dire. Ah bah ouais. Choisis donc pour le mieux, filou. Mais même, faire un choix de destination comme ça, c'est pas nécessairement un compromis, parce que sont tous, si toutes ces destinations ont des choses cool à proposer, à faire découvrir et tout. Ah, je peux voler 14 deniers. Donc non, je ne vais rien voler. Mais c'est la chambre de Cynthia ici du coup. Les chambres, elles sont en mode à l'arrache. Et elle, sa chambre est juste à l'entrée, quoi. Elle pourrait se faire capturer pendant la nuit tellement facilement, quoi. C'est ce qui s'est passé, non, d'ailleurs? Fiole, masque, pot de maquillage. Fiole. Bon, bah, elle a un peu d'argent, mais c'est tout, quoi. Voilà. C'est bon.
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here.
Elle est un peu vexée parce que je suis rentré dans sa chambre. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Ça va? Il y avait rien dans la chambre
What
de ta
have you
sœur.
discovered?
J'espérais vous parler d'autre chose. Rien pour l'instant.
Yes, please do.
Ok, c'est bon, elle est pas vexée. Waouh. Bon, il va falloir qu'on aille là-bas, mais déjà... Oh! Attends, il est là. Monsieur? Monsieur, c'est vous? Sentius?
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
Je m'appelle Constantin. Je ne sais pas si on l'a pécho à la fin, j'en sais
A
rien.
curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. Something about your demeanor gives me the urge to caution you against doing anything, shall we say, unlawful while you're here. Is that understood?
Ok, d'accord, parce que... D'accord, en fait, il nous a capté. Je pense que ça, c'est une ligne spéciale du fait qu'on est en mode on fuit la justice.
Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
Ok, bon, on rentre dans le vif du sujet, alors c'est parti. Get ready.
Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one
From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
Ok. Ouais, c'est quoi les péchés? Ça veut dire quoi, Prospérine? C'est de quoi tu parles? Attends, pourquoi ne... Oui, ne menez-vous pas l'enquête? Je ne parle pas le latin. Oui, pourquoi arrivons-nous à nous comprendre? Je ne parle pas le latin. Tiens, c'est une bonne question, ça. Eh bien, on va toutes les poser.
An
Let's go.
intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
Je ne sais pas si c'est une bonne idée. Légal ne rime pas toujours avec morale, et nombre de vos lois et traditions sont considérées comme barbares d'où je viens. Tout est relatif, mon gars.
Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists, and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric?
Oui, il y a un petit côté... Enfin, comment dire? Il y a évidemment, ça peut pas être hyper. Enfin, de base, de toute façon, il y a un truc de réalisme. Il ne pensait pas comme ça, mais de base, lui, déjà, il en sait beaucoup. Tu verras, il nous a branché sur la loi d'or et il veut qu'on enquête. Il sait que quelque chose va mal se passer. Enfin, il est. Il a. Enfin, c'est notre guide vraiment ici. Oui, oui. T'as vu? Oui, oui, non, non, mais quand il parle de ça... Non, mais par contre, l'orientation sexuelle, à l'époque des Romains, il est fort probable que ça... Enfin, c'était vraiment pas important, quoi. En tout cas, enfin, il y avait même probablement des orientations sexuelles qui aujourd'hui sont pas tolérées, qui à l'époque l'étaient, qui étaient plus libres, ouais. La couleur de peau, après, bah, en général, les personnes probablement avec le teint le plus mat étaient le plus souvent des esclaves, on va dire, pour formuler ça, voilà. Parce que tout ça, il a bien parlé des citoyens, des citizens, donc c'est de l'Empire. Donc c'est pas... Enfin voilà, il y a évidemment il y a plein de trucs. Mais après, voilà, il s'exprime un peu avec un prisme moderne, parce que le jeu est comme ça, mais Mais ça reste intéressant, puis justement, moi j'ai vachement aimé la question qu'il pose, genre, peu importe la couleur de peau, l'orientation sexuelle, pouvez-vous en dire de même? Il a laissé la question en mode rhétorique. Bon, c'est-à-dire que, ok, on est peut-être toujours des barbares aujourd'hui, en fait, j'avoue. Vos lois n'autorisent-elles pas l'esclavage? Votre peuple ne regarde-t-il pas des sports violents pour se divertir? Les femmes n'ont-elles pas moins de droits que les hommes? Ne persécutez-vous pas les chrétiens? Voilà, en fait, c'est quoi tous ces problèmes-là? Donc pardon, c'est en mode désolé, je voulais pas vous bâcher, mais on va chercher la petite merde là, vas-y. Et l'esclavage alors?
What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well.
L'esclavagisme, en fait, c'est vraiment... Enfin... Il n'y avait pas d'autre choix quoi que d'exécuter ou de... Enfin, en tout cas, intégrer les gens, c'était pas du tout... Ça faisait pas partie des plans, quoi. Ok. Et le sport, alors? Le Colisée, hein?
Volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm.
il capte même pas, quoi. Ça, je trouve ça bien fait, quand même. Il est en mode, bah, je sais pas, qu'est-ce que t'as... Et les femmes, alors?
But with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities, and the right to be protected by their fathers and husbands.
Ok, c'était le macho sur 20. Très bien. Alors, et les chrétiens, alors, hein? Les cathos, là, hein?
You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that.
D'accord, et la punition collective? Bah, la punition collective, c'est ce dont tu m'as parlé, la règle d'or, là, c'est quand même chaud, quoi.
Are you talking about our practice of decimation?
Ah, decimation,
Of course.
putain.
We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion. Well, right now, you're a long, long way from home. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you.
Alors, je suis ici sur ordre de Prospérine, c'est ce qu'il a dit tout à l'heure, mais de quoi s'agit-il?
You see, in my search for a way to save
Oh.
my people, I learned of an ancient
Bonjour.
ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal.
Et oui,
It's said
c'est la
to
version
open
romaine de
portals
Perséphone.
in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light,
D'où les grenades et les pépins de grenade
I knew that person was you.
que Perséphone a mangé quand elle est arrivée en enfer, enlevée par Hadès dans la mythologie grecque, donc Prospérine par Pluton. Pluton? C'est Pluton? Non, c'est pas Pluton. Attends. Hadès, c'est Pluton? Si, c'est ça. Bref, donc ouais, tout ça c'est stylé. Les pépins de grenade qui... alors je sais pas, moi j'ai entendu parler de ça par rapport à la Grèce antique avec Perséphone qui donc s'est fait enlever par Hadès et finalement sa mère Déméter l'a retrouvée et ils ont fait ils échangent moitié tout au cours de l'année, ce qui fait qu'il y a le printemps et l'été où Prospérine ou Perséphone est à la surface avec sa mère Déméter et donc qu'il y a les plantes qui poussent et la nature qui y vit. Et en automne et en hiver, elle est de retour avec Hadès dans le monde souterrain des enfers, et donc la nature perd ses forces. Et puis elle règne sur l'enfer aux côtés de Hadès. Mais voilà, et du coup, Prospérine, en fait, c'est la version romaine de Perséphone en ce sens. Et oui, quand elle était arrivée en enfer, elle avait bouffé des pépins de grenade qui était un peu qui était la bouffe, qui est symbole de non-retour, quoi, un peu à l'origine, sauf pour elle en l'occurrence, mais quand tu as mangé la nourriture des enfers, tu y es condamné. Et c'est d'ailleurs, je crois, il y a un truc similaire dans le shintoïsme japonais. Avec Izanami qui part dans le monde des morts et qui, comme elle a mangé la nourriture, je crois, elle est devenue un corps mort, et donc elle peut pas être ramenée Bref, ce genre de truc. Mais nous, on vient de 2000 ans dans le futur, justement, c'est pour ça que je te parle de shintoïsme, mec, t'en as aucune idée, c'est pas du tout de quoi on parle, mais bah les couilles, let's go.
2000 years? That is unfathomable. Please, tell me, in your time,
Il est trop intéressé, c'est énorme.
what did you see? What had become of us? Of this city?
Je n'ai rien vu. Statue dorée, j'en ai vu plein partout, vous êtes tous morts.
I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. But it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it.
Le rituel, quel rituel?
All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future?
J'ai vu des restes humains dans le temple, ouais, les restes qu'on a vus juste devant l'entrée là.
Ah, I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you?
D'accord, on va faire en sorte qu'il ait pas besoin d'utiliser le rituel. Je ferai de mon mieux.
Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for.
Mais l'enquête, toi tu fais quoi?
I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
Oui, alors oui, ils soupçonnent des gens, ils pensent qu'il y a des gens qui vont enfreindre la loi d'or, la règle d'or, et du coup, que ça fout la merde.
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better. Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you, I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance.
Voilà, il veut faire un rituel avec Prospérine.
Me, of all people.
Et en fait, le fait qu'on soit là, en soi, c'est déjà une sorte de paradoxe, mais le fait qu'on soit là, ça montre qu'il a performé le rituel de Prospérine, et donc qu'il a et qu'il va, en fait, ici, qu'il va, et nous, quand on est, avant qu'on rentre dans le vortex, là, qu'il a. Et c'est pour ça qu'il était mort, donc bref, ça veut dire que si jamais ça part en couille, lui, il va réaliser ce rituel.
I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen.
La disparition de Sentilla, c'est votre fille. Vous pensez que c'est lié à tout ce bordel?
Ah, so you know about that already. It's a devastating loss, of course, but that was over 3 weeks ago, and whatever happened to her, it didn't break the golden rule, so I don't think it's connected with our imminent demise. Still, if you happen to find her and return her to me, I would be eternally grateful. Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you.
Ces questions seront disponibles plus tard. D'accord. Non, mais on va continuer. Oui, pourquoi on se comprend?
You mean you couldn't speak Latin before you arrived here? How strange. But the gods are active here, and their temples and shrines hum with power like nowhere else in the Empire. Perhaps when Proserpina brought you here, she planted the seed of Latin in your mind so that you could better serve her.
Faites bien.
An unbeliever, then? If you come up with a better explanation, I'll be interested to hear it.
C'est vrai, s'il faut, il y a une explication au fait qu'on parle latin, en fait.
If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
Trouver un moyen de retourner à votre époque. Ouais. Eh bien, merci, je n'ai pas créé un paradoxe temporel.
Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the golden rule?
Oui, ça marche. On va trouver...
Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it will win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one
Okay,
last
chef.
thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum.
Okay.
I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Let's go. Merci, monsieur. Monsieur. Sanctuaire d'Apollon. Let's go. Wow, bonjour.
What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. What's he offering you? Money? Favours? What's your vote worth to him?
Non, il voulait pas du tout mon vote, il s'en bat les couilles. De toute façon, je suis pas d'ici, donc...
What else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you've sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it?
Je ne comptais pas interférer, mais maintenant...
Oh, you just made a big mistake. Malleolus is going to hear all about this, and he'll make you suffer the tortures of Tartarus while you're still alive.
Ok, il faut que j'aille voir Malleolus. Dites-lui qu'il va perdre.
Sturcum Adite.
Sentius et Malleolus, même excrément, seule l'odeur change. Oh, j'appuie sur carré et ça me guide vers là où il faut que j'aille. Oh, Lucretia. Salut. Bonjour.
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. Yulia. She was a good woman.
Elle est morte? Merde.
She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally, I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing.
Silphium.
And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule.
Eh oui.
So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututor and scratching his eyes out.
Genetricum Fututor. On dirait une attaque, un truc genre, je sais pas. Genetricum Fututor. Kamehameha. Diantre. Énorme. Mais les doublages sont trop bien, ils sont hyper cool, je trouve. Ok, c'est un peu chaud, mais ça marche. On va l'aider. Ok. Du coup, le mec est là. Un certain Decius qui aurait la plante.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Voilà. C'est lui, Decius. Ok, déjà je vais parler à un peu d'autres personnes. Bonjour.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you.
Damascus.
Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail?
Ça c'est énorme. Ma nation n'existe pas encore. Je trouve ça trop stylé.
Is this a riddle, or perhaps you mean to say you feel like you are ahead of your time? I feel the same way. Another reason for us to stick together. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps? My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum. You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree? Oh, and there is another reason too. If we all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at, I don't know about you, but I would like to look my best.
Ok, il a un humour plutôt... voilà.
A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself.
Tu te souviens de quoi?
I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few
Tiber?
friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa. Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am.
Vraiment, je kiffe trop l'ambiance de ce jeu, c'est ouf. J'ai envie de rester là,
Anything you like.
à parler à ces gens là. Alors les questions. On peut poser les mêmes questions à plein de gens, genre votre histoire, comment, est-ce que vous savez comment sortir d'ici? Lui, alors il est craintif, il aime pas trop. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
I must ask you to stop that at once. Have you not been told about the last attempt? Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. Ah, it is a long story. Aha, you are witty. I like that. Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out. They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived here some
Des années? Attends, mais ça fait des années qu'ils sont là?
They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends.
Wow.
So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place.
D'accord, donc juste tenter de fuir, c'est rompre la règle d'or. Voilà, voilà. Bon, il y a beaucoup de choses que je connais à peu près. Je pourrais, si je voulais, là, faire déjà des trucs. C'est un peu comme Outer Wilds, Phil, où tu vois, il y a un truc de la connaissance du joueur aussi qui est assez important. Donc, si je voulais, je pourrais arrêter de parler et faire pas mal d'actions un peu clés pour qu'il se passe des choses. Mais déjà, il faut énormément parler à tout le monde savoir un peu tous les gens qu'il y a, quelle est leur histoire, qu'est-ce qui se passe. Et après, il va pouvoir se passer des trucs. Mais c'est en ça que le jeu, je trouve, il est ouf parce que du coup, t'arrives, t'es en mode, t'as au taquet de contenu, plein de gens à découvrir et surtout beaucoup à parler. Et après, enfin, tu vas assembler les pièces, il se passe des trucs. Et du coup, ça peut changer du tout au tout. Donc d'ici 1 heure, ce sera complètement différent ce qu'on fera. Enfin, ça va partir en couille et tout. C'est très très cool. Donc on lui demande à lui, comme aux autres, la règle d'or. Je vais faire tous les dialogues.
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate. That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus.
Ah,
I do not
mauvais
enjoy
choix.
the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way.
Ah, ah. Oui, est-ce qu'on peut... Ah oui, alors...
Nothing comes to my mind, my friend.
Voilà, alors, il y a les quêtes qui se mettent à jour parce que le gars, donc... putain, comment il s'appelait déjà? Sentius. Il veut qu'on nomme... Enfin, qu'on suspecte, il veut qu'on indique les suspects de gens qui pourraient rompre la loi. Mais lui, il a envie d'être hyper réglo, donc je le suspecte pas vraiment. Enfin, il a envie de faire très attention et tout.
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Ok, eh bien merci monsieur. Bonjour, au revoir. Hey, salut.
Ah, a new face.
Oh, Clark Kent.
Salve, and welcome to a little community.
T'as vraiment une tête de Romain absolument non. Non. Juste non.
Arrived on a sad day, friend.
Tu viens du futur toi
What
aussi?
with Julia's death. I wish we could have met under better circumstances.
Ah, Yulia, c'est celle qui était à l'infirmerie là. Ah, désolé, c'était ta pote, ben... Ouais, mais c'est l'enculé de Marchand, là, va le tabasser. Il a pas voulu donner sa plante. C'est à cause de lui. Bon, c'est quoi ton histoire, mec?
Well, I'm an architect. Or at
Architecte.
least I was.
Tu viens de Germanie?
That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here.
Il a un accent de ouf, hein.
Repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people.
Mais complètement.
That kind of thing.
Il a un
But
putain d'accent
you
germanique.
don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or
Architecture.
mysterious history of this place?
Il a un accent allemand, je rêve pas. Ouais, non, et l'architecture ici, c'est très très cool. C'est bien, hein, mais vas-y, qu'est-ce qui... L'architecture, justement, dis-moi tout.
Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts.
Aqueducts.
Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering.
Engineering.
Practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from
Water.
outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace
Cet
and into a
accent.
cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it
Temple.
flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is
The
carried
rest?
to the shrine of Proserpina
Shrine.
that fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm.
Il a dit shrine. Putain. C'est le mot anglais qui sonne le plus allemand. Il l'a dit, quoi, shrine. Il a vraiment dit shrine. C'est incroyable. Bon, alors... Shrine. Oui, et donc si des gens apportent de l'eau dans la cité, ne peut-on pas s'en servir pour s'enfuir?
Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it.
Ah, la cité... Attends, la citerne supérieure. Ok, il y a un accès pour y accéder. Et l'histoire de la cité, du coup, tu...
Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving
Rome.
for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all.
Shrine Roman. Ah, the oldest shrine is Greek. Wow, ok, so the Greek were there. Elle est où, Barbie? Mais oui, c'est Ken. Oui, c'est Ken, justement. Bah, Barbie, je sais pas, il y a une nana qui est morte et il est triste. C'est normal pour les Romains de copier l'art et l'architecture des Grecs, non? Les gros bâtards, l'étranger de ceux qui vient de les troller à fond, quoi.
Well, yes, that could be the reason. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting
Ah,
question,
and I
who
think...
really built this
Enfin, je
place?
pense que quand tu es...
Older than any of us imagine. If only there was a way
Putain, je
we
crois me
could
souvenir.
talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell.
Je sais pas, c'est pas vraiment dit, Philou, je crois, mais il a vraiment un accent germanique, je trouve. Depuis tout à l'heure, je me marre, il dit des trucs marrants. Schrein. Oui, qu'est-ce que j'ai envie de dire? Je crois que quand on a la compétence archéologue, là, on peut avoir des réponses différentes et on peut lui dire... Enfin, on peut faire une remarque constructive et historique pour le fait qu'il y a un temple grec avant romain et tout. Enfin, ça te sort un truc sur les dates, je sais plus exactement, mais... Et du coup, t'as vraiment plus de répartie sur certains trucs, vu que tu viens d'un futur sachant l'histoire, quoi. Voilà. Donc, ouais, le temple, justement, là, en haut de la falaise, qu'en est-il?
You mean the Great Temple?
Great
This
Temple?
one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know. Of course.
Ok. Putain, mais on peut lui demander plein de trucs. Alors, du coup, tu sais comment sortir d'ici?
You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the Golden Rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway. Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavia,
Ah,
far to the north in Noviomagus, and learned to expect...
Batav, c'est pas la Batavia, c'est pas... C'est un truc en Allemagne, on est d'accord? C'est genre, c'est le monde germanique de l'époque, non? Ok, bah de toute façon c'était l'Empire romain, hein, donc ça c'est le truc quoi, le truc de ouf. L'Empire romain.
Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you? Good. Then I hope you'll agree that there are only two ways of dealing with unfair rulers. The first is to leave. The second is to remove the ruler from power. And it seems leaving may not be an option. Good question. It's best if I say no more, but I hope you'll give it some thought.
Ah, c'est lui qui fait les graffitis.
Oh, it means someone thinks I'm a sinner, and that I'm going to break the Golden Rule. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company.
Oh, I see.
And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility.
Mm-hmm.
The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs
À la
to yourself.
Hollande.
So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years?
Putain,
Watching what I said and where I looked.
d'accord.
That kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi.
Ok, donc c'est pas tant germanique allemand, enfin c'est nord de l'Europe quoi, ça c'est, on était d'accord, mais ok ouais, donc c'est plus la région de Hollande, intéressant. Trop stylé. Bah t'es gentil mec, et c'est trop terrible, je croyais que, enfin Sentius nous avait dit que les orientations sexuelles n'étaient pas un souci, mais apparemment quelqu'un l'emmerde, bon bah ouais. Euh... Désolé.
Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least
cool.
I thought that was the case.
Moins
It seems
cool.
I was wrong.
Okay.
It's not just graffiti. I have quite the collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule.
Aïe aïe aïe.
What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused.
Ok.
Come back and let me know what you find.
Ah, et donc j'ai activé sa quête pour aller voir Georgius. Là-bas, d'accord. Il va sur place. Mais il y a toujours... J'en ai activé plusieurs. Il y a Decius aussi. Decius, le mec, il était là tout à l'heure. D'accord, le mec, il laisse traîner un papier concernant son évasion, sans problème. Le coffre de Decius qui est coincé. Ouais, donc il est germanique, mais voilà, c'est de toute façon le monde germanique à l'époque, c'était beaucoup plus vaste que l'Allemagne aujourd'hui. Si je ne m'abuse. Que se passe-t-il?
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
Waouh.
None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only one in the city. You'll just have to improvise. Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
No. What? Vous avez entendu?
Hear what? What? We don't have time for this. I have to go.
Non, attendez.
Ugh.
Non.
The shrine is collapsing.
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her! Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl! I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, I mean. She walked into that empty shrine, and the next moment she is lying dead under a pile of rubble. The gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me. I'm sorry, friend. It's not right for me to lay my burden upon you.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Je sais pas qui c'est.
I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood? You are not off to a good start. When I ask you a question, I expect an answer. Is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place? A small community. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult. Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quinctius did, those days are numbered. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret? So you admit you're not allowed to leave. Threatening me is not going to help you, but in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe?
Un avertissement. Pour l'instant, nous, on n'a rien vu, quoi. Donc.
A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me. Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? Our god told us to do it. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists. There's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quintius is. Do not waste it.
Il a prononcé un mot là en anglais, genre zeal, un peu comme on dirait le zèle en français, sauf que ça voulait pas vraiment dire la même chose. Je crois que je suis pas sûr. S'il faut, c'est genre le même mot mais qui veut pas dire la même chose. Du coup, c'est pas été, ils l'ont pas utilisé pour la traduction française. Bref. Oui, bon, en fait, le mec, je lui ai répondu le plus sincèrement possible, mais il s'est convaincu tout seul que c'était un culte, quoi. Et moi, je viens d'arriver, mec, hein, je sais pas vraiment ce qui se passe ici. En tout cas, t'as l'air très énervé. Tiens, alors attends, je check. Ouais, San, c'est dans 7 minutes, tu vas pouvoir manger, mais pas tout de suite. Alors, je ne sais pas de quoi il s'agit, ni où il se trouve. De qui il s'agit. Oui, non, Quinctius, mec, je... De l'or, prenez tout l'or que vous voulez. Mais, oui, qu'est-ce qu'il y
Very
a?
well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur.
Ah, et ton employeur Néron, il est peut-être pas connu pour ça, mais t'inquiète que dans 2000 ans, ça sera sa principale caractéristique. Hein. La folie des grandeurs, Néron, c'est le seul, enfin c'est le truc principal pour lequel on s'en souvient, quoi. Donc, mec, c'est assez drôle. Enfin, j'aime trop l'ironie qu'il y a dans l'écriture, en fait. Genre, le mec, il est envoyé par l'empereur et il fait genre il est droit dans ses bottes, mais en fait, il se convainc tout seul. Il s'en bat les couilles de ce qu'on dit, en fait, il a des putains de certitudes comme ça. Et en fait, plus tard dans le futur, justement, ça retourne un peu la situation, parce que c'est son employeur à lui, et pas la personne qui vient chercher ici, qui est connue pour la folie des grandeurs, quoi. Et voilà. Voilà, et surtout c'est Néron qui l'a envoyé en mode c'est lui qui a incendié Rome, sauf que nous aujourd'hui ce qu'on sait c'est que Néron lui-même a cramé sa ville pour je sais plus quoi, mais c'est justement, hein, c'est marrant parce que on dirait que, enfin bref, je sais pas, mais ça laisse pensif. Apparemment, Néron ne sait pas, enfin, je sais pas. Après, je connais pas bien l'histoire, mais je crois que l'histoire a retenu que Néron avait fait cramer Rome. Est-ce que ça a été prouvé après, ou est-ce que les gens sur le coup le savaient, tu vois? Enfin, est-ce qu'il l'a fait explicitement comme un acte de folie Du coup, apparemment, non, quoi. Enfin, il fait genre, il va chercher des boucs émissaires, enfin, des gens pour payer. Je me demande si quand on a la fibre archéologue, on peut avoir plus d'infos et faire plus de remarques à ce sujet. Je crois que ouais.
All I know, all I care about, is that the Emperor believes he is guilty and wants him dead. The details are not my concern. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is or not?
Bah, tu me casses les couilles, donc je ne vous aiderai pas même si je savais qui c'était.
Then you're of no use to me. Do you have any last words?
Mais ouais, fais pas ça.
Well, I'd say that's rather convenient, since I was planning to kill you all anyway.
Wow.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Fuyez! Non! Non! Sentius! Sentius, il faut faire le rituel! Ah, maintenant ça c'est... Maintenant ça indique que c'est Prospérine. Voilà, donc on a... La personne à l'origine de ma présence ici peut me renvoyer. Voilà, trouver un moyen de retourner à votre époque. Créer un paradoxe temporel. D'après Sentius, je me ferai catapulter vers ma propre époque si je parviens à créer un paradoxe. Il faudra que je change le cours de l'histoire pour que ma présence dans le passé devienne impossible. Par exemple, Sentius dit que si j'empêche le péché qui enfreint la règle d'or, alors il ne créera pas le portail, il me sera impossible d'atterrir dans le passé, un paradoxe. Mais voilà, donc si le portail n'est pas créé, si on empêche le portail d'être créé, par exemple en n'enfreignant pas, en faisant en sorte que la règle d'or ne soit pas enfreinte, ça fait qu'il ne créera pas le portail et qu'on sera jamais là, enfin qu'on n'aurait jamais dû être là. Voilà, et là il faut découvrir quelle est la personne la plus susceptible d'enfreindre la règle d'or. Donc tous les personnages, dès qu'on les rencontre, ça va s'ajouter, c'est facultatif, dire à Sentius qu'on le suspecte. Et sinon, il faut parler plus en détail. L'assassin. Ah oui, l'assassin, il faut qu'on aille lui en parler. Mais alors du coup...
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Je m'appelle Constantin, et nous avons déjà eu cette conversation.
I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life.
Ah, la bouffe pour San. Tu as fait un San? Hop là, j'arrive.
Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
Bon appétit poupette, ouais. Alors, merci mec, c'est cool ça, la tyrolienne
Just
rudimentaire.
attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work,
Non, non, bah enfin si, je me suis pris du...
take a
Oh
swim in the
putain.
lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's
Un petit peu à boire. Il me restait un peu de
completely
café.
safe. Probably.
Poire café, bizarre. Oh, j'ai mangé un truc la dernière fois avec Boulouko, on est allé au restaurant Philo. Et c'était un... Je mange pas souvent de viande rouge. Sous viande rouge. Mais là c'était... Alors je sais plus comment ça s'appelle ni en espagnol ni en français, j'ai oublié. Mais c'était un faux filet, oui, faux filet, fait un truc très cuit. Moi j'aime bien quand c'est très très cuit, donc un peu croustillant là, à l'extérieur et tout. Avec de la poire au vin. Genre c'était des poires, enfin une poire toute rouge, enfin au vin rouge quoi. Et avec une sauce qui allait bien, tout ça. Et des morceaux de foie avec la viande. Et du coup, ouais, le côté viande rouge, foie, poire au vin rouge, là, c'était un délire. C'était vraiment très très cool, très très bon. J'aime bien la poire quand c'est utilisé en cuisine de manière intéressante, c'est pas facile mais des fois c'est cool.
All right. See you around.
Merci mec. Bon bah du coup... Et du coup les dialogues changent et tout. Et ça s'adapte au fait que nous, on revient quoi, on connaît déjà l'endroit. Denier 341, prendre. Mais putain, mais merci. Hey, Pudding Boxes! How are you doing, my friend? So, I should try to explain a bit what's happening here already. It's already a lot. Just an hour, but... so, we were in the present. We met Karen, who told us she found us in the river, and she's looking for her friend Al next to old Roman ancient ruins. We came in and got trapped in a hole and felt and got into an old, like destroyed city, not like this. At first it was all closed by night. And then we found a sort of temple, this one, actually. And we got into, and there was a portal. We then arrived here, and we're at the, just in like the Roman Empire, Nero era. Oh, look, this is and I love how they are totally living their lives, doing stuff all along the loop. And there is so much to discover. So yeah, basically we arrive, we're lost, and there is a guy, Sentius, the leader of the leader here. Oh, and look at this flower. N'empêche, est-ce que je peux genre me lâcher depuis la tyrolienne là? J'essaie de prendre la tyrolienne. And Sentius told us that there is here what we call the golden rule, and so the many shall suffer from the from the individual sins, from the sins of any, and so that means this little community is living like this. Ah, I can, huh? Maybe I could actually get this flower. And so... Can you hear me? And so, yeah, this is all very, very mysterious, obviously. And yeah, I just hope you could you can get the train in March like this. Hey guys! I take it. Goose! Galerius is our friend.
Smile on you, brother.
The first person we met in here. And yeah, so basically it's all about sort of time loop. So yeah, Sentius, the guy we are gonna meet again later for sure, he knew the rule, the golden rule would be broken in his community, and tried to find a solution, praying Persephone so he's actually the one guy not him, huh, but the Sentius, which is the leader living in that house there, he made us come here, creating this time bridge between our moment and this time here. And so, yeah, basically we're in another time loop, just like in a way Outer Wilds, and we need to figure out what's coming, what's happening here. So yeah, I hope it will be okay to catch up from now on. But it's absolutely passionating. I love it.
Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but is there any chance you'd be willing to do me a favor? Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope
Putain,
over the
t'es
lake
sérieux?
with this pulley device.
That's exactly what I wanted to do.
Couldn't quite summon the nerve to
Mais
use
of
it.
course I will do it just right
You
now.
could use the device again and try
And
to get
is
that
this
flower for me.
flower the flower she needs at the infirmary? So we had already one loop. We met a ton of people, Pudding, and so talking about what's happening here, discovering. And there was a guy who entered the city, coming, hunting for like a sort of huntman, what's the... a hitman, you know, under the orders of Emperor Nero, got here into the city to hunt and kill the cultist Quintus. We don't know who it is, but because this guy theoretically made the big burning, the incendie of Rome. So the guy is coming here to kill a certain Quintus that have created the fire in Roma like the year before or something. And so the guy was really not friendly and decided to shoot me. And when he shot me, everything started to explode, collapse, the statues animated and started to shoot everyone with their bows, turning them into gold, like a sort of curse between Midas and I don't know, Tartarus thing from the Romano-Greek culture, you know, stories. And so, what can I say? Yeah, as everything was being destroyed like this, I could follow. There was a marker on Sentius, so the guy who brought me here and who's supposed to do a ritual creating that bridge. And actually I could see him going to the temple, and when I got there he was dead already because he has to give his life. So, but the portal was here, so I guess we could, if we get there sooner, we could see him arrive, perform the ritual, and create the sort of time bridge. Is there a lot of friend making? Yeah. The characters are all very tasty and very cool. Of course I will do it.
Thank you. It would help me a lot.
So we've just seen one loop for now, but basically anytime there is a scene done, so for example I can rob something to someone, I can, there are different things, actions you shouldn't do, or people shouldn't do around you. And this could create, would break the golden rule. And so Sentius goes to the temple, create the time loop, and we can restart the loop. Perform the ritual, and we can take it to... So that's how it works, basically. Okay, here I'm gonna take care of it first.
All right, see you around.
So I think I will change now, because I really want you to have the best experience. I hope it's okay for you, Philou, but as we've started with French, we should like have our marks, and that's fine. Okay, Galerius, alright. So, what is this? So, yeah, there are the quests. Inventory, I found this, my flashlight that I can use, I don't remember how. Yeah, this is from Al, the guy we are looking for, and he is explaining how he got into this city too. This for the zip lines and the eggs. And so, yeah, point of origin. Create a time paradox. I've traveled thousands of years into the past. I'll need to find a way back to my original timeline somehow. According to Sentius, I'll be flung back. So Sentius, the leader, I'm gonna meet him so that you can put a face on this name. I'll be flung back to my own time if I can create a paradox. I need to change history in a way that makes me being in the past impossible. For example, Sentius says, if I prevent the scene... Hey Bob, ça roule la forme? If I prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, then he'll never create the portal, and it will be impossible for me to be in the past. So, yeah, we need to avoid, to prevent anyone from breaking the golden rule, so that he doesn't have to create the bridge to perform the ritual, and so my presence here would not make sense. So that's a bit the thing. But there are other ways, let me tease you a bit, other ways to create time paradox. The golden rule. So figure out, so the city lives in fear of a mysterious law called the golden rule. Figure who is most likely to break the golden rule and inform Sentius. It seems everyone in the city is going to die because of one person breaking the golden rule. I need to figure who it is. To that end, Sentius asked me to talk to everyone and help them. If it will win their trust. He also authorized me to enter their homes and inspect their possessions and documents if necessary. So we can talk to a ton of persons. There are 22, 23 persons in total. And you have the right to suspect any of them and to just dig deeper into their stories and understand what's happening. And the leads, these are all the different things I already heard. So, for example, dying gasp. Try to persuade Decius to hand over the silphium, because we went to the infirmary and there was a lady dying, and maybe if we do that fast enough, we can get we could maybe save that woman. Anyway, so yeah, basically, what should I do? The flower from Galerius, yeah. No. Yeah, Secret Admirer. Yeah, okay. Oh. Oh wow, Stéphane Douy. Merci pour le raid. Thank you, welcome everyone. Oh là là. Oh, Dena. Des flèches et une bouteille de vin. Ok, j'ai trouvé plein de trucs ici. Bienvenue à tous. Hello, welcome, salut. Merci pour le raid, c'est gentil. May the gods be kinder to you than they were to us, stranger. Okay. So, I'm lost. Where should I go? Whoa. Okay.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold graying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Ok, on va chercher la fleur. Et après on ira leur parler. Then we're gonna talk to them. I want to get that flower. Let's go. Attends, mais y a pas mieux là? Je peux pas monter. I need your help. Il y a les murmures. Don't steal anything, don't hurt anyone, don't. Whoever wrote this didn't get a chance to finish eventually. Ok, c'est ici donc. A riddle. These are just graffitis. Putain, mais c'est hyper chaud. It's very hard, hein? Oh, okay, let's go. Oh, and I will have to show you something then. I get the flower and then I will show you something. There are like filters in the game. Ah no, I went here again. I need to go up. Yeah, here. Perfect. Putain, mais... Got it!
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind? Brilliant! You did it! Well done! This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean. Now I just have to figure out how to give it to her. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met.
We didn't meet Equatia yet.
I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be...
Equitia.
terrible.
What?
You mean, aside from her execution?
What?
You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital offense. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive.
Galerius, ouais.
Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful. I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do?
But I don't know her, we didn't meet her yet. And by the way, let me tell you, for the ones who arrived, I played the game already with a friend for a few hours. There are several endings, 5 or 6, and I had 3 of them, like the most basic ones. So I will know the game until this point, where I will try to replicate more or less with some variations what I did with my friend to get to that point. And let me tell you, it's absolutely crazy. The game will really change, and it will take different forms. It will be really amazing. But then, after a certain point, I won't be aware of what's coming, so I'll just continue like this. Okay, you need to get over her. I think you can admire her discreetly from afar. But you should say your love, but she's a priestess, so that... But from where I come from, you gotta say what you feel, dude.
Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. I think maybe I need to be a bit more cautious. What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel and find out how she feels without risking her life. What do you say? Do you think you could help me one more time? Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved. Thank you. Come back as quick as you can and tell me what she says.
Ok, let's go. Attends, du coup... Obtain a bow. Figure out how to neutralize the armed man. Yeah, the guy who broke the rule earlier. The sinner, Virgil, this is, yeah, one of the guys. Yeah, he's being harassed because he's gay, actually. He's a guy from Germany. From the German, the Northern Europe. The Batas, I don't remember Philou. Anyway, the upper cistern, yeah, that's a very interesting lead, let me tell you. We'll see that later. Election day, yeah, basically we're just in a day where it's the election, so Sentius, which is leader right now, is gonna certainly be overthrown, kinda, by Malleolus, who we didn't meet yet, but as magistrate, yeah. So there is a political background here. Something's wrong at the Shrine of Apollo. Ah, yeah, Decius, we need to take the Silphium resin to save the woman. It's in this region, so I hope I will meet his girlfriend on the way. Let's go. Oh. Hey.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?"
C'est vrai, ouais, elle ressemble à la fille de tout à l'heure. Sorry.
The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change. You really don't know? You are from far away, aren't you? Well, I am one of the priestesses, charged with keeping the sacred flame in Rome's shrine of Vesta burning. I take it you know who Vesta is? Excellent. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here?
Yeah. So, at the very beginning of the game, we were dragged out from the water by a woman called Karen, and she's looking for this Al person. And basically, yeah.
Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you?
It carries negative connotations where I'm from.
Why is that?
Because of the memes. Okay, the memes based on the Karen name. Oh, and I have to show you something, a certain line of dialogue with a guy. If we meet a certain guy, I will need to show you. It's absolutely hilarious. It's okay, never mind.
Wish, but I wonder if no.
If what?
I apologize.
Spit it out.
I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns.
Ah. Sorry, excuse me, I was answering to someone on Discord. Any patterns? You're being a bit coy.
I know.
Uh-huh.
Don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too.
Livia.
A few weeks ago, she was
Livia, that's the woman, the crazy old woman we saw a bit here and there.
She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the Golden Rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you?
Okay.
Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. If I select this first option, it's just to like set it as a followed quest instantly, but this is kind of secondary and background thingy. We just need to talk to everyone. Do you know a way out of here? And I still have the flower for her, but I want to know her before offering the gift from Galerius.
I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another. I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with our misdeeds, as long as we've kept the peace of the gods. We asked for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory, and in return, we offer praise, wine, incense, or animals. But here, it seems they require much more of us. I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid in his epic Metamorphoses. Would you like to hear it? It is rather long.
J'ai le temps.
Wonderful. It goes like this. Baucis and Philemon were an old married couple living a humble life in a small town. One night, the town gets a visit from a couple of vagrants. They go from door to door, asking for a place to stay the night. Of course, being vagrants, they're turned away sharply from house after house, 1,000 in all, until finally they come to the little cottage where Baucis and Philemon lived. Now, the kind old couple had very little to offer, but nevertheless, They invite these strangers into their house and offer them food, wine, and a place to stay. Immediately, the guests make themselves at home. They begin gulping down the old couple's wine, so much so that Borsis, the old lady, begins to worry they're going to run out. And then she notices something strange. Her wine pitcher keeps refilling itself, as if by magic. Realizing only a select few possess such powers, says to her husband, Philemon, "I think these men are gods in disguise." Immediately, the couple begins apologizing for offering such coarse wine, and the vagrants metamorphosize and reveal themselves to be Jupiter, the king of the gods, and Mercury, the trickster god. They confide they didn't mind the meager offerings. They were just pleased that someone in the town offered them hospitality. Then Jupiter says to them, "You have passed our test, but everyone else in this city failed, so we are going to destroy this place and everyone in it, except you, who we will grant a wish." So old Borsis and Philemon escape up into the mountains safely, and they receive their wish, which is for eternity together. Meanwhile, Jupiter carries through with his threat and wipes that city off the map. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between hosts and guests. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those less fortunate than ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Or perhaps it's that the god might kill you at any moment for failing their test, and they don't even have to tell you what the rules are.
A cynic philosopher might take that view, but it's not entirely invalid, I suppose.
The elections, she's taking care of them, so let's... First, we need to talk a lot with a lot of characters, and then you'll see it will be more action and like figuring what's happening and stuff.
Why do you ask? All of the male
Who's
citizens
allowed to
are
vote?
willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. Well, you're not a citizen yet, so no, I'm afraid not. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election.
Such as?
By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed. You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination. As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. Yes, I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away.
Okay, so we can go for the election right now.
It is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Time to go to the theater.
Oh, c'est lui, c'est lui. Oh merde, il est busy. Elle aussi, elle est busy. Oh là là, everyone is busy. The elections. Oh, look, they are all here. Hey, the German guy. Oh là là, this one is scary. He's scared. Oh hey, that's the guy with the flower, with the plant. I need to take. Hey, you let a woman die. Oh, Sentius and the Gladiator. Hey, Sentius. The Myth of the Golden Rule by Dorothas the Younger. As per our custom, I shall begin by paying my respect to the god responsible for the city, for I can... Ah. Okay, it's much bigger than what's shown. To lead to the conclusion that they were once real people, there is simply not evidence to support that conclusion.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered.
This
here.
is Malleolus, the other guy.
The city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Malleolus.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence: to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius, here and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is, a children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
The death must be coming.
Aïe. Okay, I stole it. I can steal money because it's not a crime has already been committed. I mean, usually I can, but it would create the same effect. Come on. This is Sentius' house. Oh, Sentius, he's over there. He's performed the ritual. Watch it through their eyes. The temple! Alright, Sentius gave his life.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Huh. Wait, are you speaking English? I'm Constantin and I got lost.
Oh, is that right? Well, just make sure you don't get lost in any other sacred places you're not supposed to be. Can't have you disrespecting the gods by accident, can we now? But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. All right, friend, suit yourself. Just don't do anything too reckless till you've spoken with Magistrate Sentius in his villa down there. See you around.
So, we're back. Alright. So we can go find Sentius. But I know some places that could be useful. There is money here. It doesn't belong to anyone, so that's cool. Alright. I got this flower. I didn't give the flower! I didn't give the flower to Equisia. You.
Wonder how much one of these Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius.
So he has a flower, yeah, a silphium resin, that could help a woman just back there in the infirmary. And bon, we'll ask some questions first, but then we need the silphium resin.
You mean how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. all right? Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome.
Sorry.
Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, friend. But it turns out
Let's play, you know.
because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here.
Uh-huh.
I'm afraid not.
So, a way out.
I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims.
Et qu'est-ce qu'il cause, c'est con? Bah oui.
So I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking.
C'est basé là-dessus, hein. Et je t'invite à t'adapter toi-même si ça te plaît pas. Donc. Ok. Oui, alors c'est aussi parce que je leur pose les questions classiques, mais après on aura beaucoup moins à parler dès qu'on aura rencontré un peu tout le monde. Tu peux pondérer tout ça différemment, mais moi je préfère avoir les infos dès le début. Ok, du coup tu penses quoi toi de la Golden Rule? Parce qu'on peut suspecter et tout, il faut vraiment explorer les lignes de dialogue assez loin. Mais en soi, je pourrais skipper et plus me balader.
It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk. Oh, well, technically yes.
Yeah, he's looking for a bow.
Be a little discreet.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, friend.
Yeah, friend, yeah. But this guy is a piece of shit because the woman, like the nurse at the infirmary, you say? Was trying to help her friend, and this guy didn't want to give the silphium resin and made her pay 1,000 whatever the money it is here, I don't remember. Anyway, so a woman died in a previous loop because of him, and he's gonna die right now if we don't take the silphium resin. So yeah, but Virgil, this is the neighbor just nearby. He was talking about harassment because he's gay. Do you have any idea of this?
I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something. She was headed to the baths not long ago.
Fabia, it's the bartender, I think. The vote?
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, by the way, Sentius has 2 daughters and the youngest one disappeared. Yeah, please vote for Sentius.
Not going to happen.
Okay, but now give me the silphium resin.
All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii.
Denarii, yeah, that's the... Your price gouging over life-saving medicine. What is wrong with you? Oh, I've got the money? Maybe I got the money already?
Oh, you have it. I'm impressed.
Wow, I got it because I robbed in a few. I could get some money during the previous loops. So okay, in my last when I played it first with my friend Buluku, we had to rob it, and we were like, "Hey, I'm gonna rob it." Huh? He's like, "Oh, really? You're gonna rob it?" And yeah, I'm gonna rob it. Huh? Be careful. Look at this. Huh? Oh, really? You're gonna rob it? And you rob it, and boom! It's breaking the law, so everything turns gray like earlier, and the statues get alive and shoot you, and it's chaos. But but here, no need. I could get the money just robbing in some chests.
Anything else?
But thank you.
Very well. Another time.
It's very weird because it turns super bad with my friend, with this guy here. Like when we were playing this guy, it turned super bad. And here it's not, so that's pretty cool. Hey! Oh no.
What are you doing in
Is
here?
she dead already?
Can't you see
No.
this woman is dying? She's been poisoned.
Yeah, I know.
She needs the resin of a plant called
So
silphium.
she doesn't know us, but we do.
Decius won't give it to me.
I've got it.
What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
I'm a time traveler, baby. Honestly, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. I heard she got sick earlier. You wouldn't believe me.
Ah, look, if you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need.
Okay, we're gonna ask her the classic questions while her friend, her patient, is getting better, and then we'll be able to talk to her, knowing what happened and everything. Let's go.
I wish.
And I promise the dialogues and stuff will be reducing more and more, as more,
Excuse for treatment I'm giving them.
as we discover and we meet everyone, it will slow down and get easier.
But I'm out of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands. Oh no.
Yeah, we heard that on the whispering and the statues looking at us.
No, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and she went a little mad. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying, but I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside.
Whoa.
And nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem. A real thorn in the paw situation.
A big new lead.
One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off, and I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out, and you know what that means. I just know Navia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace.
Okay, that's a very interesting lead, we can follow that.
Really?
So, up.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. Let me know how you go.
Alright. Hey! So you're good. We can talk to Yulia now. I'm sorry, again, it's a lot of dialogue, but I promise after that it will be easier and easier. What's up?
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions. The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler. Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. Thank you. You mean my life story? Oh, well, I grew up as part of a big family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a scribe for a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while.
Oops, sorry for this.
Until
All right.
7 months ago when the fires came. My colleagues and I worked desperately to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless and it claimed everything and everyone.
Hop là.
Well, almost everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river and then... the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far from here. Thank you. But to be honest, sometimes I think dying in that fire might have been a blessing, given what's happened since. I can tell you, but it's a long story. All right. I'd been here about a week, when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did.
Oh, so you took money from Malleolus?
I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock. It's a deadly poison made from a plant. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning. That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape, at least until someone breaks the golden rule. Huh. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you.
Okay, I activated the quest already, but maybe I should have done differently. Oh, this is going to the High Temple. But you, Equisha, hello. Well, nice to re-meet you.
A new face, are they? And
No, I'm not a new face. Yeah, I got this flower for you, but I've been asking people about the... Oh yeah, so about the pattern. We need to ask people about their stories and find the common links, the common things. And then we will expose the patterns to her. But this is like a big main underground quest that we'll go for a bit later. And I actually never completed myself, so...
Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite too. Who do I have to thank for this?
I'm supposed to tell you it's from a secret admirer, and that they'll keep their distance. They just want you to know you're loved.
I see. So, it's from Galerius then? Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world.
Oh, really?
But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort too, suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too. I hope so.
Okay, well, I'll be going. But I need to talk to someone. Is it you? Who are you? Well, we met this guy already. We didn't ask him about his story, but maybe I should. But there is another guy I'm looking for. Bon, we'll first go to what the girl in the infirmary told me, so going there. I will need to surround everything by here.
Welcome, shall we?
Of course, priestess.
And they are talking like this just without you. I love how the world is kind of alive, even when you're not here. And that's... These are the statues, I think, that made me realize nearby they were looking at me. Here, that's the one. Oh! Rufus, hello?
Name's Rufus. Better watch your step.
Uh-huh. Okay, so get ready. The discussion with this guy is very fun. What's your story, dude?
Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but... family's from Seleucia on Tigris. Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads. same way as everyone else. Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious? Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now.
I'm gonna try as much as I can to read the questions I'm asking. Not much of a talker, are you?
If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either.
Are you suffering from rheumatism?
Nobody is supposed to know about that. Did Lucretia tell you?
I figured.
Look, I haven't been at my best lately. All my joints ache constantly, and the pain. It has a way of messing with your head.
Mm-hmm.
Stirred up by things that shouldn't bother me. And then there's the statues and my doubts about my faith. And I just want to scream. You want to help me? Do what Lucretia hasn't been able to do. And find me something to make the pain go away. Until then, get out of my face.
No. No.
Ah, you again.
Ah. Do you know wait out of here?
If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation?
Alright, what do you think about the golden rule?
I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
Oh, I know the feeling. I lived through a pandemic.
Then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. While we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves.
Yeah.
You've been warned.
No toilet paper left anywhere. Anywhere. Okay.
I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it.
I think you're right.
Of course I am.
Who are you going to vote for, my dude?
Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us?
We have a lot of empathy for the poor dude, Sentius.
No.
Anything I can do to change your vote? Nope. Rheumatism will go. Come back later. Whatever. He doesn't care. He doesn't give it a shit. I speak with their tongues. Oh my god. The voices are so scary. Okay, I still need to go there to help some guy. Okay, that's the room where I need a bow. Sorry. Okay. So Naivia she's like oh wow, look at this. Alright. We may come back here later. Let's go! Sisyphus, how are you doing, dude?
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule.
Hello.
What a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned.
Yeah, tell me a bit about you.
Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me. Oh yes, of course. A slip of the tongue.
Haha.
If you like. I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate.
I'll look into it, but it's definitely a scam.
Oh, I see. Well, that doesn't surprise me. I'm sorry I even suggested it. I won't make that mistake again.
Yeah, please. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Yeah.
I think about those words a lot. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born with a tendency towards sin? If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly for all of us down here. Unless, of course, there's some kind of divine intervention. I wish I shared your faith. Please, please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible. Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
Okay, the guy just behind you.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Okay, so you see how the dialogue can be way more important. Ulpius, can we talk? Stop this right now. Go on then, go ahead. You can bluff. Can we talk?
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire.
It's wrong and you know it. I was just going to ask you what's wrong. No, I think you have the right to die if you're suffering badly enough. I was going to ask you?
I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love, I'm sorry.
Ulpius,
no!
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord, that poor lamb. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it, it isn't mine. That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you arrived. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Okay, the poor guy committed suicide. Oh, the whispers. And what happens if we die? There was a voice I heard.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to be elected.
Malleolus, that's his house. Hello! Oh, he has different eyes. So he is the Quintus thingy person.
Clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie?
Now we know. So the Golden
Nonsense.
Rule is definitely real, dude.
No way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already.
Okay, so we can prove. So this is interesting. Sometimes we have several options to defend the point of view or positions, and so let's explain this. You won't believe me, but
What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable soul taken in by Sentius's machinations. He won't get away with this much longer. You mean that book next to a golden statue in the theater? Tell me, how do you know that statue wasn't put there by Sentius himself? You can't know, can you?
and yeah, basically what we call the narrative design. It means like the different dialogue options, and the whole. You have to imagine a map, a full board with like interconnections, like detectives, connecting things with a rope, all the very very complex connections and possibilities of things you can say because you've discovered and you have the knowledge of something. It's a bit very similar to Outer Wilds in that sense, but even more here because it's much more. There is an emphasis, focus on dialogues and speaking with people, and there are much more characters to discuss with. So connecting the dots. Honestly, this game is quite impressive for this. You really feel, and in particular with the first guy we meet, Galerius, you'll see he's always the first guy we meet when we come in at the beginning of a loop, but there will be more and more options of things to tell him, and this is quite amazing. But what will it take to prove to you it's real books notes? It's real books notes, because I found the book, but he didn't really believe it, so...
Surely, you're not one of those people who believe
Galerius.
everything you read. As if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down?
Alright, even if I can't prove it, if I'm right, then accepting it will avert disaster. If I'm wrong, accepting it will make the city a better place. Isn't that a good thing? So this is, honestly, this phrase here is like, this sentence is like, I don't know, kind of capturing a lot of what I like in this game. So the very narrative and like discussion side of things. The fact it's in ancient culture and very related to like Greek philosophy and this kind of stuff, like just asking questions and thinking, I don't know, this kind of social topic between politics, yes, social thematics and stuff, and like philosophy. I don't know, the kind of questions you get to ask people and yourself in that game really makes me feel like ancient Greek or Rome, Roman Empire and stuff. And also, yeah, I wanted to talk about that, and yeah, that's basically it.
I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish. True, but that is simply because you are mistaken.
Yeah, and he's really totally... So, do you know a way out of here?
I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it. You mean the children's fable exploited by Sentius to scare us all into doing what he wants?
The golden rule, he is really very, very against it. I'll be going now. Or I want to withdraw from the election.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win? Don't talk nonsense.
Because we saw him getting elected and killing Sentius. You're going to arrest Sentius for treason and sentence him to death for gladiatorial... by gladiatorial...
How could you possibly know that?
Because I know the future. Domitius told me. Domitius is the guard at the entrance here. So he's like his biggest fan. I know all your secrets. I like the dynamic of this, like saying that Domitius told us so that Domitius could be found punished and killed or something.
Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome.
Whoa. Okay. Not cool. Minerva. I need a key. Okay, bon, he told me to go out, but where is the key? Does the key work upstairs?
Your magistrate. Yes. Thank you.
It does.
What are you doing here?
Oh, hi.
I'm not supposed to be in here.
Can we talk?
Talk? What business could you possibly have with me?
Why are you locked in here?
My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I'm receiving strange men in private. Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean, please leave. I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave.
Okay.
Finally! This is outrageous.
Malleolus chest. I can steal 2,467 denarius.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
No! Sentius! He's been turned already! Oh no! Sentius! Sentius is gonna perform the ritual. He's over there. Sentius! Oh my god.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
I'm Constantin, and I need you to take care of some things urgently. So now I can tell him this.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
Yulia dying, but Lucretia can't help her without the Sylphium. Take some of it and go. Okay, we can give him the plant we bought to the guy, and he's gonna do the mission for us, so that we can focus on other stuff, which is absolutely super cool. And Galerius, as I told you, the first guy we meet, will have like more and more stuff to discuss and to ask him to do, actually. It's very nice.
Yulia.
So, go for it!
Oh no. Alright, I can do that.
Fast!
I'll go. But once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Alright. So, what lead can we follow? The point of origin, according to Sentius. He'll be flying back on my own time. The paradox, yeah, we'll see that later. The golden rule. I can tell Sentius that I suspect, for example, Malleolus, because I know Malleolus will try to kill him. So he's gonna break the rule. So I can do that. Square, upload, follow. And I press square. So yeah, because there is a lot to do, but I'm gonna go find Sentius.
The best behavior, I trust.
And I got a shit ton of money because I robbed it to Malleolus. Hi, Sentius.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? Wait, if I understand you correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume...
This guy is so intelligent.
You had to start over.
Like, he figured everything very well.
If so, what happened?
I broke it. I couldn't stop it. No, I won't say I broke it myself.
Ah, I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered and do better next time. Now, I assume you sort me out.
Magistrate Sentius telling me you're in a video game, dude. In a loop. Go for it. Remember Outer Wilds? Let's go. Can we talk about who's going to break the golden rule? I can ask him his story. Didn't I do already? I think we asked all of those already. Bon.
Of course. What is it?
So, I think I know. So this is a section, we're entering a section of dialogue where you can accuse people. Yes. Malleolus. It's the assassin who arrived in the city this morning as well. He's gonna break the rule because he wants to kill Malleolus.
Why do you say that?
When he wins the election, he's going to convict you and convict you of treason and sentence you to death.
What? I'm speechless. How do you know? Of course, this isn't your first loop, is it? Well then, you must stop him from winning the election. I expect you'll need some kind of leverage on him, but I can't be seen to be involved in this, of course, so you'll be on your own. You'd better not waste any time, and may Swada, goddess of persuasion, go with you. Good, thank you.
I need to talk to you a bit more.
Do you have any news about your investigation?
Yeah. Some questions? No, I've got the...
Good. Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss?
I didn't ask him his story and stuff, so let's go.
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest.
Just like us, we went Telequistia, some people mentioned a stranger, like me. And a few people said the same thing, they were found in water by a stranger, just like me. So this is a pattern, that's an example. So to the priestess, we will come to tell her later. And we need to find all the patterns by really talking and understanding where everyone is coming from.
I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead. Very well. If I did, I'd have led these people out of here already. I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts.
Yeah, a very important point of view.
Guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question.
Okay, sorry, tac. Yeah, thanks.
Oh,
no. No, wait, Sentius. There is someone else I want to accuse. He's gonna break the rule.
Of course.
Ulpius is gonna commit suicide, and the assassin, yeah.
What? An assassin? What are you talking about?
Apparently he was sent by Nero to assassinate someone in the city called Quinctius, with a different eye color.
Then what are you doing
different
here?
color for each eye.
Why aren't you out there trying to stop him? You'd best go, quickly. As magistrate, I hereby declare him an enemy of Rome and authorize his execution by your hand.
Alright. Thanks. How?
Any way you can. Despite my weapons ban, it's been my experience one can always find a weapon if one looks hard enough.
Okay.
I don't believe so, no. It's not a crime to carry out the lawful order of a magistrate.
Okay, so you define the law, basically. That's fair enough, yeah. Ah, no, I didn't change my mind.
Thank you. Please act quickly before it's too late.
Okay, so I need to kill him. Let's go.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
So this is the older girl, Cynthia, his daughter. But we'll see her later. First.
On your best behavior, I trust.
How's it feel?
Wait.
Welcome.
Did
Feeling alright?
did she survive? Can we talk about Julia?
Sure. What do you want to know? Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it. Gladly.
Yeah, committing suicide is not punished. There was the guy who jumped and her who tried to kill herself.
I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This
Yeah.
is Navia's clinic. I've just been feeling
Yeah, Navia, she talked about us in the about her in the previous loop.
and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the sound a bit up.
My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here.
Okay, another pattern, maybe.
Say what you will about this place, at least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it. Oh, This shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense.
Yeah, Navia, she talked about her a bit, but she's in her palace, right?
Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying, but I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism.
Yeah, we saw that already, I think.
And he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out.
We know already.
What that means. I just know Navia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive.
We need to find her in order to cure our friend. Friend. I'll see what I can do. Okay, but I need to be fast.
That's a shame.
Okay, someone is attacking the city. I need to go. Oh, actually, that's him. Hey. You have rheumatism. I know. Okay. So the thing is...
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face...
I know.
And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule. Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
No. Don't go in there.
What? Why?
No, just trust me.
All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead.
Exactly. Because in the previous loop, she went in this little temple and died. Because this little temple is gonna collapse. Alright, now I'm gonna save the city, meeting the guy. We met him already. So I kind of saved her, knowing
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus.
Yeah.
He's known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Okay, so we have more options than last time, where I could only say I don't know Quinctius. He's in the villa right at the end of the road. He goes by Malleolus, so I can make him kill Malleolus. And by the way, meeting the gladiator on the way, so it's definitely going to create a fight. But I saw him worshipping in a small round shrine just in the city, so the little shrine that we know is gonna collapse, we can tell him to go there.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
filthy, lying degenerate.
And I got a bow. Emperor Nero has ordered the execution of Quinctius. So we actually saved Malleolus as well. Some arrows and some money. Alright. So, yeah, knowledge and the loop made us not kill, actually, him. So, no problem with the golden rule, but he got killed himself. Okay, you wanted a bow.
You there? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying.
Yeah.
No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts.
Alright.
Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues?
Just chat, let me tell you, it's gonna start to be really fucking freaking cool. So yeah, stay focused, so you'll see, it will be nice. The statues come to life and fire golden bows arrows at them, yeah.
And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, I could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination.
I want to do something so much. I need to go get the eggs.
Without the drawbacks, we are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested? Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not?
I am.
Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana?
Yeah.
Good. Then none of this should be a surprise to you. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods, no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away. Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence, my proposal. I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. I have complete confidence in you. When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger? So, are you in, partner?
Yeah, we're gonna do it just right now, right ahead. Let's go. I want to get the golden bow. It's so fucking
This
cool.
is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment. And here we are, a gold leaf bow.
So that's the fake one. Yeah,
Now, I've
thanks.
gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
And so I can take my bow like this, actually, and I can shoot. Okay, he wants me to... Attempt to steal. No. First, I need to switch off the lights. Putain, mais vraiment, hein, il faut grimper, quoi. Replace with fake. And now I've got a golden bow.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in, and until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole. You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork.
I'm never gonna give you this.
I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
Okay, are you ready? The game is just starting. Let's fucking go. I'm so hyped. Okay. Let's go. Go. Arrows. I'm in the palace that was locked.
You're not supposed to be here.
Thank you.
Naevia.
Beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work. My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, rifling low into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodami to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace was now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
Hi.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. You think you can bring me down with your little wooden arrows before I jam this blade into your throat? What? How? That's impossible. You're trying to intimidate me. Liar. Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood? You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it.
I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. Here's the key I promised you. It opens a chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I believe there are a few things in there which may be useful to Lucretia. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return. At least we'll all be golden together. What? Are you still here?
Fallout New Vegas with the talking. Ah, that's interesting. Interesting. With the kind of very organic way you have to discuss with people. And rheumatism. Can you help
Are
me?
you still here?
I don't have the rheumatism stuff. Well, alright, we can leave. Let's go. Loading. So now, where is my partner, my friend? Where is that piece of shit?
Statues is worth on it. Oh, hello there, partner. I'm glad you're here. I think there might have been some confusion about my little practical joke earlier. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright. You know, like two friends joking around at the Saturnalia, and then, surprise, I'd open the door. But when I opened it, you were gone. Partner, there's no need for threats. Yeah, well, I don't have to listen to this. Get lost. Capa merda! Don't even talk to me.
It looks like you pissed in your pants, dude. You pissed gold, actually. Alright. So I got the key and I've got a bow, so I could go there. Hey, Krisha.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Well, we can talk about the patterns a bit.
Interesting.
Mention the coin.
Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we?
Yeah, but it looks like, you know, to Karam, when you go into hell, There is some kind of passage ritual thingy across the river with the coins and the memory you forget. So like one of the water streams, the Leteus or something like this. Anyway, it reminds me a lot the whole process going to Inferno for the Greeks.
Yes, I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else?
Into the Hades.
That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here?
Yep.
And did you happen to catch her name?
Karen, I told you.
And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood?
She was wearing a hoodie.
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths. But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Oh wow. Okay. So you see how the embranchments and like I don't know, the game is very intelligently providing you like stuff and stuff to do. I don't know, the way we are driven into that game is very special and super cool.
Hello?
Hey.
We'll talk in the baths. There's something you need to see for yourself.
But how are you doing?
Hello?
Hello? What's your story, dude?
My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy. Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
Magistrate Sentius to Dullius. I am writing to you in relation to your incorrigible antisocial behavior arising from your obsession with an alleged lost treasure. While I am sympathetic to your plight and the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you an important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems likely you simply misremembered. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns, which are strictly off limits to all citizens, I have, there was I could get there, but there was a sort of monster who attacked me. I have reluctantly come to the conclusion that you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited, lest you... Attends, putain, sorry, excuse me, but this English is kind of way more than I can do. Lest you break the golden rule. It is my hope that this letter will assist you to remember why you are incarcerated, should you experience further lapses in memory.
What does it say?
It says they caught you trespassing several times and they locked you up to stop you breaking the golden rule.
My treasure! My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would.
Il y a vraiment un problème de mixage. Hein.
He died. It was very sad.
Music,
He said,
slowly.
if
Enfin,
anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galette.
would there be an exit over there, maybe?
And Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
You have the key? I can have a look.
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot.
I will see with the magistrate what's happening.
Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what.
Oh, so Sentius is kind of yeah, ticklish about this. Ticklish, we say? It's not appropriate, I guess. Anyway, sensible about it, about this topic, the access to the cisterns.
Like Galerius, he's nice.
Oh, Galerius as magistrate.
He made me a doll and everything.
Oh wow, cool.
If you help make him magistrate.
They are just so nice, the characters, so well written. It reminds me of The Witcher a bit.
Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious.
Alright, yeah, I guess I'm very interested by this.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, dude. Okay, but I followed it, but I did not do it duly. Oh, poor guy. Bon, alright. So, the guy is dead here. I still have his bow, and I will keep it. And I may be able to do some stuff with it. Like, for example... this. Hop là! And... oh. Well, yeah, let's try to go through here. Over there, exactly. That's what I want. Look! This is, what's his name already? In Tartarus, on the wheel, putain, Ixion. Ixion? How do you say that in English? Ixion in French. Yeah, attached here because he messed with Zeus by seducing his wife, Hera. Wow, my arrow was absorbed. Oh, this is amazing. Can I turn the fire? It should stop the fire. Or it will be like a flake of gold. I don't know. Alright. Zip lines. Up. I'm gonna take something around there. The money. Money, money, money. I got a shit ton of money again. Alright, whoa, whoa, whoa. No? Okay, I get it. I'll be careful. So, that's what I wanted to do. I'm absolutely sure this is a trophy. Let's go. Alright. Can I turn her to gold? I won't. Maybe it's breaking the rule. Killing animals like this. Golden eggs! I'm gonna try to sell them maybe, or what can I do with them? Well, I've got them in my inventory, so basically, you see everything is staying. The normal eggs, the arrows, the bottle of wine that I may need. Okay, possibly the last bottle of wine, lol. Key to Maleolus Villa, yeah, I can move into Maleolus Villa easily. I've got the resin to... Key to Palace doors, so... Should I... Yeah, I will just check something. Key to chest in the Shrine of Apollo, yeah. Sent used to Dooley and golden eggs, okay. So, quests, Vanishing Act. Scintilla, I don't know. Yeah, Maleolus, I need to make him lose the water and the... Oh, thank you so much. Pilou. Hopla, let's do a short break then. Look, I'm just gonna do something quickly to show you what is possible. No. So, settings, video... No. It's photo mode, visual style. And I can... share. What is this? Hola, no. Toggle grid lines, no. Switch visual style. And so the thing is, there is this photo mode with all those filters, as you can see. And we can actually keep them in-game. So I don't know how... yes, that's the way. This one I love. This one is amazing as well. Isn't this awesome, honestly? And this. It's amazing, right? Historical old film. Western. Yeah, this one I like. Mad Max. So yeah, Bon, I will leave you on that screen here, doing a short break, and hopla. I'm gonna find Sana, I'll be right back. Hello. She was around. She came to see what was coming up as I... Oh, thank you, Pudding Boxes. I will gonna give her some tweets with so many points the two of you gave. Thank you. Bon appétit, Pudding Boxes. Enjoy eating salmon. I'm gonna give her salmon as well. Look, I'm gonna give her the trigger words for like, are you hungry? And she will you will see her trigger. Ready? San? Tu as faim? Tu as faim? Tu veux manger? Tu as faim? Something is happening. Tu as faim? Ok, bon. Thank you very much for offering her the meal. Little extra candies. Thank you for the break as well. I hope you're doing well on the chat and that you enjoyed the company of this game. And I will. Yeah, no problem. It's also opportunity to do a break. I will put the voices louder, cause. So I have the key here. Ah, yeah. She whiffs in the water flow. Wow. Okay, so I need the access. I've done the golden eggs. There is this guy who's gonna suicide. But maybe I can shoot him from here. Nope. Ah, yeah. I don't know, I couldn't. It was half a joke, no worries. Yeah, get better. Always remember they are watching. Theophilus had an orgy with 4 girls here and disappointed all of them equally. What? The music? What's happening with the music? Who are you? Okay, a bit of money here. Alright, everyone is doing okay? So I guess I can go here now.
You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
I wasn't, but now I am.
Contrary little cap at murder, aren't you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh. Why do I?
Yeah, they told me, but that's actually the reason I want to go.
This guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing.
So he's kinda protecting
Anyway,
Malleolus as well. That's his home.
and hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal.
Wow.
If it was a man, maybe. But I swear on my life this was no man. More like a Strix. Or some Versipelus that feeds on human flesh. I didn't stick around to see which. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others.
I'm still going down there.
Well, it's your funeral.
Mm-hmm. Up. Alright. Bon, I just want to say, dude, you're very, like, cute and everything, but, If you got scared by this, then here it is. You're paying gold. Alright. Oh yeah, money! Look at this.
You? Who are you? Did he send you?
I'm Constantin, and nobody sent me.
Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back.
What's going on?
I'm Storyteller. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked.
Oh, she's the little sister, Scintilla.
Helping me escape.
No.
He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say?
Okay, for this one I'm gonna take a short break and ask you, chat, to tell me which is the answer you prefer. So I'm sorry, but if I let you go, everyone else is going to die because she's gonna break the golden rule, so yeah. But Sentius lied to us and sequestrated his own adoptive daughter. Anyway, what if I round up everyone up so they're ready to escape once the golden rule is broken? So yeah, we get everyone ready, trying to save as much people as we can, and or we can let her go and yeah. So yeah, I leave you just 2 minutes and I'll be right back. Tell me what you think is best. I think it's an important choice. O-L-R-A-I-T. So, did you choose anything? Guys, do you think we should let her go, or she's gonna kill her father, or get everyone ready, or what? Maybe we could just escape like this with her. Yeah, okay. Get out together, I agree.
Thank you. Now follow. Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she?
You're a piece of shit, you know that.
So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al.
He knows Al.
Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident...
Oh, he's been faking!
You hadn't noticed. Here I was...
Faking it until you're making it.
...than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted.
That's how we found in the very beginning of the game a corpse that we suspected to be Al, and he was like very old with big hair.
Tied a noose around his neck and took his own life just before he was shot with a golden arrow.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what we saw.
But you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just the 3? Not many. But don't worry, I'm sure there'll be another useful idiot who comes along after you're dead. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
She's hiding behind him. So you asked me to figure... You asked me to figure out who was going to break the golden rule, knowing I would fail every time. You knew there was a way out and even locked up your own daughter to keep it a secret. A wild Scintilla appears. Now she's supposed to be discreet. He can feel her breath on his neck.
You're going to die a painful death for this.
Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer
I have his
for the
key.
sins
I
of
can
the
open
one.
the gate. Come on, we have to go.
She broke the rule. No.
What's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Time paradox. Oh, and it's reversed because we killed the guy who's supposed to make the bridge. Oh my god.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright.
Al!
I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Je suis Constantin.
Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name.
Yeah, Constantinus, yeah, that's normal, but it's not me, I'm just Constantin.
The shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla,
Lul.
then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light.
I'm just Constantin. Call me, no, my name is Constantin. Alright, my name is Tantin. Constantin, bon, okay, sorry. Pudding boxes, con means like dumb in English, in French. So, yeah, okay, actually that was me, yeah, Constantinus, that's me.
You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago?
Yeah.
I I'm not sure I
Well,
understand.
Constantinus, I have no idea when it is exactly. Certainly not this period, but... Anyway, when I first arrived here in the present day, I found your corpse hanging from a noose.
I'm sorry, come again?
Yeah, you spent actually years and years in a time loop in an ancient Roman hidden city and never found the exit, but I did. And I'm perfectly fine, we can now go.
Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar?
Look, this tablet, you wrote it.
Lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles.
That's what we found at first.
This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following.
I helped Scintilla kill the man who opened the time portal and drew you back in time, preventing it from ever happening. You got it?
So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this.
Yeah.
I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
Come with me, dude. We are escaping the city! Look! Ah, pure air. That's it, we finished the game. It was cool, goodbye Forgotten City. If only it was that easy. You're making sure no one will.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple.
Good idea.
You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
Let's go back to the river. And I got my bow to change things in gold. So, no? I don't have it? No! No! I could have become rich.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
I found him.
Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
I discovered the ruins of an ancient underground city.
Really? Sounds amazing. And did you... Oh, look! Here he comes. Al,
yeah.
It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it.
Oh.
Here, take a look.
A message from 2,000 years later.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Take us home. And there it is, guys. The ending 2 of 4. So it's funny because we had like we could develop the story and like go a bit further, but there was something before that we're gonna do just now, and I want to have all the endings. And okay, so no, there are only 4. So I think I had only 2 endings over 4, not 3 over 5. Yeah. So I want to do all of them, and in particular the 4th one, you know. How many could have survived? Yeah, we can basically... So, up! Developed by Modern Storyteller. All those people. And honestly, this game, I don't know, was very refreshing to me, and I'm not... I say I'm not, but actually... I am more often than I would admit a narrative game person. And this one is definitely very, very narrative driven, but there is a ton of action, and actually the mystery is kind of super absorbing, and you don't... it feels very natural. The acting is amazing, so it feels like so fucking natural to spend just hours talking to people and just listening to the story and try to assemble the pieces, you know? And I'm not done yet, Philo, because I will continue just right now, showing you the ending number 1, that now kind of makes more sense because we know that Sentius was a traitor. So now if we come back in the loop, we can just kill him instantly, because he's creating the portal to go back, and the time paradox for this ending was made by... Oh, Galerius, the actor. The time paradox was made by the fact someone else killed him, and we could save her. But the point is like to create the time paradox for us to leave, but saving as many people as we can. So then we have to complete all the stuff, I guess, all the inside quests, and like help everybody to in the end gather them, and I guess killing Sentius, because we know he's a traitor and he's hiding the exits, but maybe there are much more secrets. So I don't know, but we've got a shit ton of stuff to do, because there was this option when we talked to her at the end, like gather people and try to save as many people as we can. So anyway. Yeah, Dear Villagers are the publishers. Okay, I thought it was the devs, but okay. So yeah, basically Sentius is the traitor, but also the guy who's trapping us into the loop. So at first it feels like he's helping us, and and helping himself to prevent anyone from breaking the rule here. But now that we've got this knowledge, Vanya in a way, we can, for example, try to go back in the loop and prevent him from doing the ritual, creating the time loop, by killing him ourselves and not making his adoptive daughter kill him. And that was the ending number 1 that I had as first one with my friend Buluku, because we just got the bow. And so, yeah, basically, I will show you. I'm talking about it too much because I should just show it. But let's try to just mess up with the golden rule, break. Okay, continue as Constantin. So, mess up with the golden rule. Let's find some chest with something we can rob. Oh! Attends, what? Ah, so we come back here. So that's an ending, but we should leave her there. Alright. Okay, I didn't know we would repeat from there. But I'm sorry, Scintilla, I can't save you yet. I need to save everyone. But look, he's there. Sentius.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
He's wondering how. Okay, find me. Yeah, but I found you already. What the hell? Right. So we're gonna try to rub something and do the ending number 1. Oh,
Don't you just love springtime?
Of a degenerate mind.
everyone is there.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
I'm gonna be honest with him because he's such a cool guy.
You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you?
Nope.
That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Bellides had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in. Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
I unfortunately didn't get anything for his rheumatism, but I remember I did with Buluku. Anyway.
Wow. Isn't that a big long bow? Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's something dangerous about you, like a prowling manticore. What was that? Some kind of joke? If it was, it wasn't funny. I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern? Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us.
And so it's so cool how, depending on how things go, you can be stuck in some specific questions. Really, the characters have different levels of like. Okay.
You know, normally I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here. I guess that went right over your head. Never mind. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 dinars?
Actually, I've got a ton of money. But I know it's a scam because the woman, like the nurse, she told us. No. It was not the nurse. It was the woman who poisoned herself with your poison that you're gonna sell me as an exit with 1,000. Way too expensive. So, but I know it's a scam. I'm sorry. It's kind of unethical to keep all these people trapped in here, knowing there's a way out. Yeah, you fucking suck. She's really, yeah, unethical. That's the question.
Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say, let the buyer beware, right outside my tavern.
The golden rule.
Try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so we drink.
Salute, I guess. Then. Interesting gossip?
Certainly, for 10 denarii. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair, until one day she just snapped. This place has that effect on people. Now, she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. Now I have to do my own hair. I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small festival to celebrate, with entertainment and everything. Can't wait to find out what it is. There used to be a midwife here, Naevia, but this place drove her mad as a Maenad. Said she could hear the statues whispering to her. Can you imagine? Fortunately for us, she locked herself in the palace weeks ago.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
hasn't been seen since.
We met
Good
her.
riddance, I say.
Good riddance.
Scintilla, the magistrate's youngest daughter, went missing a few weeks ago, right out from under Daddy's nose. How can we trust him to govern a city if he can't even protect his own daughter? Whatever you like. All right, see ya.
She has a ton of gossips, like leads, like this. Okay, Aurelia, so you're quite a special woman. A beer vat, a large vat for brewing beer. There's a layer of small insects drowning on the surface. Yeah, I guess.
You stay away from my money.
What? Your money? Your money? Minerva? Hi. Okay. Oh, a key. I can steal the key. But I won't, because I want some money. Ah. Alright. So this loop has lasted very, very long, I need to remind you. Because if I go back to the guy with the bow, I think he's still there, if I'm correct. Like, so maybe I shouldn't reset the loop now, but...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
No evil is honorable, but death is honorable. Therefore, death is not evil.
Sentius? So, just like the one before, we killed Sentius. He cannot do the portal. I've never been here. And hello!
Oh! Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
And this was the first ending we had, and it was exactly like this. I robbed something, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go in the loop, and when coming back to the loop, I cross him on the way, and I'm like, I see him running, so I had the bow, but without thinking, I didn't even totally realize it was Sentius, but I was like, hey, it's kind of a moving target, so I shot him, and paradox creation, blah blah blah, Al, back in the future, okay, and we couldn't understand exactly things at first, but now we've done things a bit differently here, so we know a bit better, but... So yeah, 2 endings, we need 2 more. I can't wait to push it forward. The ending number 4 should be way longer, I guess. We need to complete kind of everything in the city, so let's just go have the same discussion with him. Yeah, I was hoping you'd know.
Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina and murdered a local magistrate, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground trembled and statues sprang to life, firing arrows at the city's inhabitants. Apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain, the stranger just vanished in a flash of light.
So basically, that's the ending one, that's the worst. That definitely was on me, I can lie.
I didn't for one moment think it was, but the way you say that makes me wonder. I mean, how many people with that name could there be in this place? I don't understand how you could have been here 2,000 years ago.
Bah, Constantinus, no, that's perfectly fine, that's not me. No, I'm just Constantin, I'm telling you.
I'm sorry, come again?
I still have the suicide note, yeah, I saw...
let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar?
Because it's
I've
yours.
spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it.
Yeah, I changed the past and your fate, miserable insect.
I'm not following.
I killed the man who opened the time portal and drew you back in time, preventing it from even happening.
So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess. So what you're really saying is, you brought me back from the dead to let me die all over again. You saw the tablet. I spent a lifetime searching for a way out and never found one. I can't see how I could possibly find one now, so it seems like we're both gonna die here. A mistake? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. And it's only a matter of time before we join them. I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius multis dolabunt. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
The worst ending. Alright, how many might have survived if you hadn't killed Sentius in cold blood? Let's see that right now. Okay, so we're entering the new area for me now. Like, I didn't... I can't... yeah. Okay. I'm just showing the 3 first ones. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know, but I just fucking love this game. It feels so cool. And I can't wait to dive deeper and deeper.
And if our conversation
What?
starts to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Okay, so basically...
I love your clothes.
I'm back
So
here.
Exotic.
I could take the money
You stay away from my money.
and go back in the loop. But because it's an advanced one, I won't do it. I know there is some money I can get from her, but she told me to...
49 melodies, just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world.
Livia.
So this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
What's your story, baby?
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. They never do. There is only a downward path.
Ah.
Gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment. Help me. You cannot help me. I have seen things.
Oh, she knows the pattern.
Pattern.
I need to
It is
know.
better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more.
No, tell me the patterns. Figure out what why Livia is acting strangely. Can you tell me more about the patterns? I need to know.
You wish to know.
This is one ending, the patterns with the priestess.
It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more.
I'm sure this is related to ending 4.
The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
I need to be able to talk to him more, to talk to her more, like... Yeah. Okay, bon, you guys, I know you already... I didn't talk to you much.
What is
for
it,
a
citizen?
free drink at my tavern.
Yeah, tell me your story, please.
I'm a legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals.
And it's crazy how so fast we turn out to know much more about them than in the beginning. I mean, the balance is totally reversed now. We know a lot about what's happening in there, and like we don't, we just play the role and don't disturb it too much. But just 1 or 2 hours ago, we were like totally lost, and they were providing more information. But now. How did you end up here, my boy?
I'm from Liguria, up north originally.
Okay.
I was doing alright for myself.
Yeah.
12 years into my service.
Mm-hmm.
Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not
Yeah.
anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now.
I'm sure.
I try not to think about it.
Yeah, you're
My
right.
commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome.
Mm-hmm.
While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl.
Yeah.
And pick up a little pendant from a silversmith.
Uh,
That's when
what-
the crowd started flooding through the streets.
Okay.
Shouting fire.
Oh.
People were screaming, trampling each other. Then
Oh.
some Genetricum fugitor tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver.
So everyone kind of escaped the Rome burn. What's the word for incendie? How do you say incendie, Philou? You know? Do you know pudding boxes? Like when Rome was burning, it's called like a big fire, a big but there is a word like this in English, incendiary, like for incendiary grenades or stuff like this. But do you say enfin, it's a Latin name, incendie, je pense. I don't know. Oh, a burning, or how do you call that? Like I'm gonna try. I'm gonna check. Yeah. I'm gonna try to translate and we'll see. Quemado, no. English. Burnt down? No. Burning. Burning. Yeah. you say it as a name, a burning? The burning of Rome? You would put it that way? It's pretty strange, but we have a word like this for like some big. It's actually, yeah, Latin, I'm pretty sure. Incendious, I guess. Anyway, I'm sorry to hear that, my boy. I absolutely don't remember what you just told me, and I don't want to read. I don't care.
As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthen the mind.
Note that almost everyone, when I say I'm sorry, they tell me like, no, don't be.
More difficult than
Most of them. Oh, and there is the guy who's jumping, like, killing himself. I think I can save him. Yeah, and he will be there, I remember. And I think he's still there in that loop. We need to... Inferno, yeah. We need to... Yeah. What can you tell me about the Magistrate,
He's
buddy?
one of the better commanders I've ever had. That's for sure.
Sure.
He's stoic.
Sure.
Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah, we're gonna try to save lives here, Pudding. Do you know a way out of here?
I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out.
I don't know, but I fucking love this game. This game makes me feel so good.
Bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden.
And I don't fully understand why. I don't know, it's the Roman ambience, like the antique ambience. It's totally the kind of universe I prefer, I'm really, I would put it that way, like a Greek mythology child. Been exposed to it a lot during childhood and all my life, basically. So yeah, the Greco-Roman civilization. I'm from France, living in Spain here, has always been my very cultural basin and source. So I feel just so fucking good, and it's very rare and surprising and refreshing for me, because having this type of feeling with such a narrative game, just talking with people like this is so cool. The setting is just so like, I don't know, chill, and yeah, very nice. And also I just started to drink a bit of beer, so I may be getting way too hyped, but I don't know what time is it. Whoa! I'm gonna play all night long to this game, even if we have to finish the 4 endings and go for the trophies and go for the plat trophies in one stream tonight until the morning. I don't give a shit, I will do it. Can I see the citizen register? Dude,
I don't see why
show
not.
me, show me.
Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Okay, so you're giving... Alright, so... Woo! Aurelia, class commoner. Attends, reading mode. So we've got like all the information of everyone. Notes. Duilius imprisoned in a warehouse. We saw him. Fabia. So this is kind of super interesting and important. If yeah, Hannibal, forage for slum, died in cistern. Not sure, but it seems so. But attends, Hannibal. Maybe we can see his body in the cistern. There was one guy or more. I think in the cistern, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if we saw his body or something. Can we save Hannibal, or no? He's dead already, right? Kabash. Who's that? Fisherman? A foreigner fisherman? Okay. We need to meet him. Livia, Lucretia, Malleolus. Not to be trusted. He's gonna vote Sentius like this. Naevia, we met her. Locked herself in palace. We know. Octavia. Yeah, Octavia. Actually, I need to talk to her to save the boy. Ulpius. Attends, before I go to save the suicide man, I need to make sure I've got all the information I need. And actually, I think I do, because I did the ending with his lover, Scintilla. So I should have enough information to help him.
Of course.
Thanks, dude. So what do you think about the Golden Rule?
Well, as I always say, it's kind of like a divine version of the practice of decimation in the Legion. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like 100-eyed Argus, wouldn't you?
Oh, 100-eyed Argus. Nice reference.
Stop bad things before they happen.
It was like
responsible for
the Guardian.
It's brutal, of course, but effective.
It's a cool story. It's a very cool story, actually. Argus the Guardian. It's I don't remember exactly, but it's a sort of creature that. No. It was a guy, some guy, maybe a human. I'm not sure. That Hera, Zeus' wife, transformed. She gave him like a ton of eyes, like this, like 1,000 eyes or 100. I don't remember. To let him see and protect better. What, in particular, it was, if I'm correct, the woman called Europe, who was transformed into a cow by Zeus in order for him to get with her by hiding. So at first there was Europe. Zeus transformed it into a bull to seduce her, and like this they made children, if I'm correct, with Minos and all the Creta, I don't know how you say in English, but the island, the Greek island over there, with the Minotaurus and all this story. It's related to all that. Europe is the mother of Minos, who's the stepfather of the Minotaurus. Anyway, Argus was the guardian Hera created to, because she wanted Zeus to offer him, but I am taking it in the wrong order. I'm so sorry. Just because it's important to me to this kind of detail, and it's very cool if we can speak mythology thanks to this game. No, so Europe, Zeus, again, she's transformed into a cow to be hidden from Hera, but Hera knows it, understands, maybe is helped by some what's his name? Mercurius? Hermes? Anyway, she wants to get that little cow as a gift and receive it from Zeus, so she asks him for this. He offers it to her, thinking that he will still be able to do that. Oh, is there something happening?
Wow.
Maybe.
Isn't that a big long bow?
And so she wants to protect the cow, and so creates that guardian, Argus, putting him a ton of eyes.
For a free drink at my tavern.
And lol, okay. And Argus, lol, exactly. It always makes me think about this. Argus makes me think about the mythology and the opposite, maybe, but and so so Argus is kind of election time. Fuck.
Ixion turns.
Ixion turns. So anyway, I'm taking hours and I would like to present things, mythology stuff like this in a better way, but basically Hera built and created this guardian. Wow, but it's getting late, that's why. So it has, because of the elections, it has to break the law. Shit has to happen because the time is moving. I've never been that late in the. Actually, you know what? I will make some money. So Argus is that guardian with 100,000 eyes protecting the Europe Co. Oh no, and I did a check already, so I can just stay there. Yeah. And after that, Zeus asked someone, I think it was, that's why I'm thinking about him, it was Mercurius / Hermes, to take a dagger and kill all the eyes of the Guardian, the 1,000 eyes of the Guardian Argus. And there is something, I don't remember exactly the story, but something like Hera taking all the eyes left and putting them onto that bird, you know, the peony, I'm not sure how you call it, but you know that bird with like big feathers with peacock, exactly, sorry, thank you so much, peacock, exactly. So, and she put all the eyes of Argus on the peacock feathers, and that's where the peacock feathers with the eye is from, following the Greek mythology. Argus, that was mentioned here.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected.
Oh merde! So the guy is dead? I will need to do it in another loop. And... oh no, wait! Okay, you know what? I need to take control of this. So I will kill him before he kills my friend, Sentius. I don't know why I'm saying it's my friend, because it's not, because he's a traitor. So actually, he's going to...
A day of celebration to mark the end of an era.
Okay, look. This is not
The
as...
newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
It's okay, look. The save, they are all here.
Don't you just love springtime?
So... it's cool, because I spent too long talking, so it's good, it's good. It's actually the best thing that could happen, I think. What's your story?
I'm a legionary of the first attempt. I'm from...
I'm gonna do it again.
Of course.
I need the register. You're in favor? Going to vote for, I know already. Can I help? Go have a chat with Equisha. She's... yeah, okay. Can we talk about Scintilla?
A lot.
I know where she is. I know what you did to her? No, he didn't... actually, maybe he did. Helping his Sentius. Okay. Yeah, if it's saying it's bluff, then it's not true.
Please keep an eye out for anything that might lead us to Scintilla.
Okay, dude. So if you guys have to vote and like destroy the world, then...
Sisyphus.
Okay, no. Wait, it's done. Okay.
Handsome.
Then I will take your key and your notes and stuff.
Unless you want me to slip some hemlock into your next drink, get out.
And what could I do else? Oh no, I need to save the guy. So, okay, do your elections if you want, I will hear about it. But first I need to go save the guy. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Is he there? Can I see him? Yeah, no, 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 no. He felt already? Attends, I can see, no. I can see if there is his body in there, because I've got the key. Did he jump? Oh, he fucking jumped.
Thank you. I am delighted and
Oh my god.
to have been elected your magistrate.
Dude, magistrate my fucking ass.
I'm delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want?
So you're Quintius. Perfect. Speechless boy.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
Nero wants to kill you.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different coloured eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens.
Oh, really?
I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. That's quite all right. We all make mistakes. Of course not. But as I always say, if Sentius can't protect his daughter, how can we trust him to protect this city? Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Domitius says he saw a body there some weeks back. Of course...
No, it's the other guy.
No responsibility for what happens to you down there. I trust you could...
Okay. Bon, the guy is dead already, so I can break the loop. It's over, they're gonna vote soon. Is he leaving? No, he's doing his thing. Oh, actually, attends, there is something else in that place. I got the key. Hey, you.
You're not supposed to be in here. Domitius, come quickly. We're being robbed. This is outrageous. Do I need to call Domitius? Get out.
Okay, I'm gonna steal this, go back to the bar, steal the stuff, steal everything I can, and fucking leave. Let's go.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Sentius, go create the portal. I'm fine with this. Ah, okay, I'm sorry, I had to pee so urgently. Alright. Hello, boy.
Salve, friend.
Nice to meet you. Once again. I'm Constantin, I'm a little busy.
All right then. I'll get out of your way.
Ah. Alright. Some money around here. Ah, what a beautiful day. Let's figure out what comes next. So, quest. Point of origin. Create a time paradox. I know how to do this already. But the... Ah, yeah, so this is definitely the ending number 4. Like, preventing the rule to be broken. The golden rule. Figure out who is most likely to break the golden rule. I can talk to Sentius and tell him about Galerius to be an angry man. Lucretia. I need to save Ulpius. Attends. The common thread, meet Equesia in the bath. Oh! I totally forgot this! I totally forgot. Okay, I will do this, following it. Up, square. You see, it's showing me the way. But first, I want to talk to the man and see what I can do.
Keep an eye out for Storyteller, would you?
Now I know. Do I have things?
Another one fresh. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
Yeah, Scintilla.
Oh, you heard about her disappearance, I take it. Oh, really? That commoner in debt bondage next door thought he could win over a magistrate's daughter. That's awfully bold of him. I can see why she worked so hard to keep it a secret. Quick, go and find him and ask him what he knows.
Yeah, he wants to kill himself because of that.
Oh, I see. Well, it was worth a try, I suppose. Just promise me you won't give up on her.
I promise.
Thank you.
But I already know where she is actually, so this is very hypocrite. But hello! We met already, it's okay.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
I'm Constantin.
A curious name.
Just Constantin.
Match a curious accent. But I digress. Something about your demeanor gives me the urge to caution you against doing anything, shall we say, unlawful while you're here. Is that understood?
Sure.
Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get...
We know. We've had this conversation too. Okay. I'd like to release Dooley. Cool.
You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food,
what the
water,
fuck?
and shelter.
Yeah.
And most importantly, he is able to continue living.
All right.
A privilege that would be taken away from all of us. were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else?
I see. Okay. But someone is going to break the rule. I figured how to stop at least one person from breaking it. What happens now? Interesting.
Well,
if you dig, you have so many cool, like, the game is fucking leading you, quoi.
Still,
and it's
allow me to explain.
From the design perspective, it's so nice, because
the instructions came with a warning about paradoxes. The crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course of history in such a way that your very being here is impossible, you will have created a paradox. To illustrate, when the golden rule is...
I know, if I kill you right now, there is a paradox.
Bring you here to prevent it from being broken. If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and you will never have come here.
That's the last ending.
You see?
We can make someone else kill him.
Inadvertently allowed me to die. If I can't summon you, then you can't be here, obviously. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand you would be flung back to your original time, having changed the course of history for us and yourself. So the fact that you are still here means someone is going to break the golden rule, and there is yet work to do. Understand?
Putain, this is amazing. So, we need to be at the vote moment at the end of the day, or sooner, because we can put it sooner, talking to Equesha, the priestess. And we need to put, I'm sure of this, we need to put Galerius, the bold friend, our first friend here, because we're gonna make him do actions instead of us. If we want, we can tell him to go cure the girl there, and there are other actions we can tell him to do. I need to next loop I will make sure to ask him everything there. And it leads me actually to something I thought just before, how for Galerius next time I should have all the text in gray, like done already. But if you go into some of them, it opens new things. For example, him, you can talk about who broke the rule, who is gonna break the rule. So it like opens a bubble with the different characters, and you can select which one and try to prove it. But it's in gray because you've how can I explain? If I did that already, accusing someone here on his text, so I'm gonna check with him just after, but it's in gray, but behind it there is more stuff. So from the design perspective, they are hiding some informations left behind text that you already used, and so that turned gray. So it means like the gray doesn't fully means everything is complete. You can sometimes dig a bit more, and I really like it. It's a subtle detail, but it's actually pushing you to to focus on what's happening, and like and to understand everyone. So him, for example, you can it's one of the main quests. You can accuse people who will break the rule, and the priestess, you can talk to her about the patterns. It's same thing. It opens a box, and you have more stuff. But the first message, like blah 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 patterns. If I did it once, it has been turned gray. And so it's not like inviting you to go for it, but you have to. It's a very small detail, but the meaning of those colors and the codes like this. For example, in The Witcher, there was like this yellow first line when it was about a main choice, and if you had several yellow, it means you have to do a choice. If you have one yellow and a series of of white lines, the white lines are secondary, and it's just to add some lore and stuff like this. but it's totally optional, and the yellow is indicating you that you can go on in the important stuff, pressing the yellow discussion. So anyway, the color codes and this kind of stuff is very important on how to drive the player, and honestly here I think it's really giving you the keys and being very trustful in the player to just be interested and try to dig. It's very well done. Anyway, I digress. I think so. I forgot what we were talking about.
Looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Look, can we talk about who's going to break the golden rule? This is the first thing
Of course.
for him.
What is it?
And here, I think I figured.
Well, if you stopped one, allow me to illustrate the same. So that. Excellent. It looks.
No. I think I know who it is. And you can, for example, that's what actually that's what I wanted to do with him. Galerius, no, Domitius. This is the guy with the helmet. He's gonna try to kill you on the orders of Malleolus. He's trying to imitate people voting for Malleolus.
So I'm told. This is truly atrocious behavior, which
influencing the votes. Wow, what an atrocious behavior. Look, dude, if you came 2,000 years later with the media and this kind of fucking mess we're into, you would be so fucking shocked. Okay, it's him, I'm sure this time. But he's gonna break the rule, because he's gonna attack you.
Well then, in that case, as much as it pains me to do so, I must act decisively to
Are you gonna kill him? I've got stuff to do in this loop, please don't break everything.
I hereby declare him an enemy of Rome, and authorize his execution by your hand, forthwith. Thank you. Please act quickly.
So
it's too late.
Because he is defining the rules, can I kill him now? I should try. I should try to kill the gladiator here. You boy. Because maybe the rules are actually these ones, huh? I don't know if the golden rule is transcending his own human power and like authority or not.
That's quite an impressive
hello.
bow you have there.
Yeah.
A new face.
I'm not a new face, but so you see, you can ask her the same questions as before, but patterns. So this is opening a new bubble with her, with the different things, and mention an encounter with a stranger on a river bank.
Yes, I also had such an encounter. What else?
That's all.
There are definitely some key
Attends,
Livia's.
the thing is...
And did you notice anything? A pattern?
Yeah? So I can do it again. Yeah, the river, the pattern, the river.
And did you happen to catch her?
Yeah, the young woman, Karen. Yeah.
Please.
The assassin just arrived, so I can kill the assassin with the same trick. But I need... Is she dead already? No, she's there, right? I'm gonna give you the medicine. Save her. I have Cecilium. Yeah, take it. I'm a time traveler, don't you worry. Okay, I'll be going. Okay, be careful with her. Okay. The killer, I'm gonna take care of him. You, don't be scared. Blah blah blah. Any idea who's threatening Virgil? She's gonna tell me it doesn't matter.
Are you serious?
An emergency. How is that my problem? I'll get right on it. Don't go in there.
What?
I have a bad feeling.
All right,
Okay. So she's not going in there. She's going to her bakery thingy. We can take care of this boy.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
The empty shrine. Okay, so I can let him go kill Malleolus right now. But I'm gonna lie to make him die. So he's gonna die and I'm gonna get a second bow. Anyway, you. I would like to, but yeah, this is actually a complex matter. If I want to save everyone, him. Okay. Well, just in order to make sure everyone. So I recommended him to see there. He was looking for a guy, but the thing is, I know what's happening in there.
Curse you, cultist.
Alright. I'm gonna talk to him again, because last time it didn't end well.
May I say?
I took it from the shrine of Diana, only to discover you'd locked me inside with Angry Hornet. I managed to escape, and after her running... You'd never believe me if I told... I love how sometimes you have like this... say the truth, which is totally crazy, or you'd never believe me. These are the two options very often.
Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too long? You seem a little... confused? Perhaps you should go and see Lucretia in a clinic.
No, nothing to do. Okay. Voilà. Hello. So, yeah, I would like to cure you, but... So, yeah, we will be able to go there. First, I want to do a few things. Wait for me. Because she was talking about the bath. Can I go here? In the palace, isn't there any entrance? I've got a key, I think. I'm supposed to have a key for the palace. No? Maybe it was like for the inner doors. Okay. I still need to save the boy over there. He's here, I can see him. Let's see. Sisyphus. Hello, boy.
Salve, friend.
I need to talk to him, he's gonna die.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no.
Okay, so I don't have... I need to find the good answers. A series of good answers to prevent him from jumping.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. I don't know, but it's a crime for slaves to take their own lives. And a debt bondsman isn't far off. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Yeah.
You know about that?
Yeah, I can talk to him differently.
How is that possible?
Scintilla.
I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone.
I know.
Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact, and she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that.
Oh my god, it's related! We've already saved your oh, putain, this is so amazing. And I could have totally skipped it. I didn't even ask Galerius to go do it. Ah la 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 la, the way everything is intricating and connecting. What the fucking shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she saved.
Changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster.
She's the one in the infirmary who committed suicide with the poison.
Denari to pay off both of our debts.
I saved her just like this because I was next to the infirmary. I talked to the woman. Oh la la, amazing. You need 2,000?
Yulia and I are in debt bondage to Malleolus.
Yeah, she told me.
We might as well
she
be
was in debt. Oh, maybe we can free them from Malleolus.
Take to buy our freedom back.
Well,
So, do you have the money or not?
Actually, I do, yeah. Take it.
Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then. You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers? It seems today we're both blessed.
The music.
This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. I never thought people like you existed. Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you.
Actually,
but I had nothing but the tunic on my back.
A huge part of it was stolen into Malleolus' chest in the previous loop. So, actually, we're paying Malleolus with his own money, which is extremely tasty. Okay. I don't know, Philo, I don't really know. Yeah, you could tell him. Yeah, tell him about the relationship.
Ah, and there it is. All right. Scintilla and I were in love. And then, 22 days ago, she went missing. All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus' villa, I heard a young woman singing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I wasn't allowed out, so once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof, just to see where that sound was coming from. And that's when I saw her. Standing in the garden of the magistrate's villa, I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful. And then she looked up and saw me and she smiled. I knew at that moment the fates had brought me to her. And from the moment she asked my name with this warmth and curiosity, I knew I'd have done anything for her. And so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb out of the villa and into her father's garden. We'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of here. Like having our own vineyard. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching for her. They said she'd vanished in the night. All I could do was keep my head down and try to hide how beside myself I was. Scintilla was the one thing that made my life bearable. But with her gone, things unraveled quickly. You saw how bad it got. All I know is she loved me. And if she had known a way out, she would have told me. She'd never have taken her own life. And there's no way anybody could have killed her under the Golden Rule. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Even now, it's as if I can hear her voice in my head, crying out to me. That can only mean one thing. Somebody abducted her. I have no idea how, or who would want to do something like that to such a sweet, lovely girl. But what else could have happened? My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. He is without doubt the most evil man I have ever known. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one room in his villa, upstairs, which is always locked. I've never seen the inside of it, and I haven't been able to steal a key without breaking the Golden Rule. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed light on a great many things. Oh, I see. That was the only idea I had. I'll give it some more thought. Come and find me a little later. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
Okay, so we need to ask him a bit more, but this is weird about how we are investigating on her while knowing already. Oh my god! So he broke this. So if he didn't jump and I do, I die? Yes. Okay, there is a save, so I should be brought up just back up here after the discussion, in theory.
I hope you're coping.
Hey!
It's you.
We saved you, yeah.
Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. If that's your idea of a joke, it's not funny. Go away.
Oh, don't tell me, Galerius. Not you. Not you. Putain. Oh, Galerius. Why? Why did you do this? Bon, bah, I need to go to the toilet again, so I'll be right back, and let's see if Galerius can go out of his misery.
Salve.
Ah, you unlocked with your... Oh putain, thank you so much, Philou, you helped him. You sent, you sent him to drink. Oh my god, thank you so much, Mom. I've been drinking actually a lot, but yeah, refilling the batteries. Oh merde. Sorry, I'm talking a bit on Discord in the same time. Let's have a good view. Short break. Okay. Sorry, I'm talking about Kena because I can tell you a ton of crazy shit is happening on Kena speedrun. Putting boxes, maybe you've seen the things, and Philou, the things I shared in game, you can see on my Discord. Big skip for Kena, and it actually was kind of a bomb into the Discord and like woo, poof, opening perspective. And in the same time, there was a guy trying what I did, and he figured something else, something new, that is opening a ton of fucking crazy perspectives you cannot imagine. It's absolutely amazing. Crazy perspectives. So we will spend some time playing Kena soon to try some crazy glitches, because basically it's exactly what we want and what we like. It's not a glitch that's super specifically at a precise spot, at a precise moment you can do to do something interesting. It's something you can apply almost anywhere and to navigate and to move super extremely fast. So we'll see that in Kena very soon. But where is she? No, she left. No. A common thread. Telequisha. Yeah. Where is she? No, Equisha. No. I think she's there. After a moment. We can now.
I take it you've cleared the way to the...
Yeah.
Follow me.
Yeah, you'll see it's absolutely amazing putting boxes. It's actually a sort of extension. It's something that we can do to control the hyper dash. So first there is the hyper dash that you saw, pew, and at the end you void like this. But I figure the way is something they found already, but because I'm not following so much, I figured myself. And it's that you can have an hyper dash on certain slopes and like with things that would make you go up, and you can more consistent, and you can push the logic of the hyper dash much further. So first you can push it to the point So excuse me, it's a break, but I need to explain. It's a theory, but we will play Kena soon and you will see that in action. So if you see in the Discord, I found a crazy hyperdash that is not voiding out. Normally when you spend a long time in hyperdash, after a moment the Kena is falling and you like go back to where you started. So the idea is to go hit triggers like this, doing hyperdashes, and then recharge the checkpoint to have actually made the to actually make the distance. You can also land on the ground. So yeah, I found a fucking crazy hyperdash. So basically this you can extend it by doing a hyperdash in front of a sort of slope with very some angles, thing that will make you go up, for example. I think it's only up. And you won't void because you're not falling at any moment, and somehow the hyperdash is like lasting forever. Check my video here in Game Stuff on Discord if it's not already done. It's how the hyperdash lasts almost 1 minute, 1 full minute. So it's very, very long reaching the last point. But you need to touch ground, which is the very difficult part. And what I wanted to say is, so first you can extend, basically there is the hyperdash, there is the infinite hyperdash. Going on a slope like this, you can cancel the void and have like very long hyperdashes. I tried some hyperdashes absolutely crazy to almost to the end of the game, to the last boss, and you can do this. It was super hard, but you add a new thing to this, and that's what the guy found today when practicing my thing. He found out that actually, because it's messing, the hyperdash is messing around with the camera mode, the photo mode, there is a way to put the camera in front of Kena's trajectory, and actually the camera has an hitbox and can make Kena move and can redirect Kena's hyperdash. I don't know if you see what I mean, but like you can place your camera like in front of her. She's going toward you, and by moving it, for example, a bit up, she will bonk and go a bit down. Or you see, and so you can orient the hyperdash, and they are just starting to experiment with this. But honestly, some people don't realize. I'm saying it on the Discord, and some people are reacting to that, but this is fucking crazy, huh? Honestly. I've never seen something like this, and it feels like yeah, but Kena, I can tell you, this way of moving in Kena is absolutely crazy, huh? And it's definitely an extremely fast move. In Titan Souls, yeah, you found out of bounds. That's amazing. No, I've contributed in breaking a ton of games, and I'm very happy. I spent like almost the night yesterday to get this fucking crazy hyperdash that it changes and saving 3 big minutes on a certain category, the Toshi's Relics. And maybe others, not the 80%. And I was experimenting to try to, you know, the log launch putting boxes in when I do the backflip, and then I roll for almost a year in the white sky like this. But this kind of hyperdashes, I tried to project my hyperdashes like this toward the end, but I was always too high. Getting too high, and I couldn't get to the ground because basically you don't have any control of the hyperdash. I was trying to find the perfect, so fucking precise angle to, I don't know, reach some point there. But now that this guy has discovered that the camera can orient it, it will be an hyperdash like this, and placing the camera perfectly, boom, one hit, Kena is going down, and pook, lands on the ground. It will be so fucking precise and hard, but you can't imagine the potential of this. I know what I'm talking about, because in Journey glitches, it's actually based a lot on navigation and like flying fast and all the fancy flying, and how there is an entire meta gameplay, emergent gameplay coming out of it, and it's changing like the whole scope you have, the whole vision you have of the game. But let me tell you, this is very similar. You just need like to get the dash, so it's not instantly like Journey. You can fancy fly very soon. But anyway, so I'm following you, Priestess. Let's go back into this game. This was a lot of theory, but I promise you will see that soon, and I can't wait to experiment and to try to push the 80% even faster, even further. The 80%, without the log launch, you can save 3 minutes to at least 2 minutes, which is amazing because they are so polished already, the runs, and it's not dead. Kena has been so fucking surprising. Every fucking 2 days there is a new thing. Okay, Equatia, I was totally in another world talking about something differently, but now we are into the Forgotten City.
All right,
ready.
You're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A.
Karen, my fucking...
As in Charon.
No. How could I not see that? Fucking hell, oh my god, no, I missed it.
Souls of the newly deceased.
I talked about it. Buluku, you have to see that.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change.
Oh my god, Karen, me.
Job with an endless commute.
Putain, I'm so happy I didn't notice it. It's such a cool surprise.
I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself.
And they were talking about the memes and stuff, like leading us toward another direction. So nice.
Punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means.
I said it, Buluku, check this out.
I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running...
We're dead from Rome's fire.
None of them escaped with their lives after all.
Ah, this is so beautiful. I love it. I love it. So tragic. Such a big tragedy.
It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of
Pluto, God of the Underworld, mais fucking shit. Plutocracy, Pluto means gold.
And you look as if you have questions.
Actually, the Roman Hades has a strong relation with gold. So Pluto, oh my god, of course, everything makes so much sense.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is.
I just want to listen to you talking.
The storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrivals.
An obol, putain, mais I said it, I fucking said it.
With a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood.
Karen, mais what the... Putain, mais of course! It was so freaking obvious, I couldn't see it, like when you pronounce it in English.
A stranger named Kamut Tabal wearing an eagle
Attends,
headdress.
what?
But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect.
Oh, like Carlito. I'm sure Carlito is the same.
Is if your paths cross again.
If Carlito, that we name K, drinks rum, the rum alcohol, in Spain, then, because it's called Ron, aquí, here, it's K, Ron, Caron, so he will bring me to Inferno. Alright. Carlito be like...
Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river. But that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not.
I am so freaking happy. This game is amazing. I love it, and it's such an amazing jam over episode. It's and I will be like this until the end. It will keep surprising me and be so freaking chill in the Greek ambience, Greco-Roman ambience. I hope you're having a great time, guys. Were you trying to keep this from me?
No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help. I promise you.
Uh-huh.
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased...
Aren't we in a sort of purgatory?
So possible for the living to reach it without dying.
Oh, I think we're in between.
Fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know.
And if we respect the rule, we will be able to all be brought back to life or something. We are in a sort of purgatory, which is, and with the Christians around, like the Christians being a sort of hidden sect. Oh la la, man, the story of this game is so freaking cool. It reminds me, you know what it reminds me?
If we don't want to be cast into gold
okay, serious stuff.
We don't have much to go on. Except the old stories.
I'm sorry, Crash, I'm half listening, but...
About heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter, Orpheus, a Thracian poet, Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
Okay, I need to focus. Can't we just escape the way we came in? I've noticed you seem uncomfortable calling the god of the underworld by his name, Pluto. Why is that? Tell me more about confronting the god of the underworld head-on. Tell me more about escaping with the help of Proserpina, Persephone, as a guide, or a guide. Mais, enfin, this is absolutely passionating, this is the best game ever. Best game ever, putain. I wasn't expecting the game to dive that much into like replicating the myth of the people who could escape the underworld, like what the fuck. Whoa. Okay. Okay, I want to ask this. I've noticed you seem uncomfortable calling the god of the underworld by his name. Why is that?
All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules. I'll admit, you do seem different to anyone I've ever met. And even that lamp of yours looks like something Prometheus might have stolen from the gods. So, if you want to confront him,
oh, and Prometheus.
I'll help you as much as I can.
Oh, did he
Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again.
This is going way too far. What the fuck? Putain, okay, I wonder if this is ending 3 or 4, like the big one. The 4 is the big one. Putain, mais so much stuff là. She's revealing so much stuff. It's it's actually, I need to do a break because it's too intense. Like wow, and she knows a ton of stuff, so we're absolutely gonna follow the lead. Ah ouais, non, je suis en PLS, c'est ouf, c'est trop bien quoi. Ça me choque tellement c'est trop bien quoi. Genre j'ai pas pensé une seule seconde que ça partirait à ce point sur genre les trucs. Ok, I wanted to say something about Prometheus. the way he robbed the fire from the gods to give it to the humans. It was in a funnel plant. The funnel plant, fenouil en français, has this strange propriety of being dry inside and alive outside. Like it has a sort of woody branch thingy inside. And so he could make the fire burn in the funnel and leave without being seen because it was hidden in the plant. And he brought it back to the two men. And I don't really know why I'm talking about this, but maybe Bob is still around. And si je parle de fenouil, ça va le faire marrer. And because what we used to say, vive le fenouil or something like this. Fenouil percent. I don't remember what was the joke about the funnel, but. Anyway, this is an interesting anecdote, as she were referring to our lamp as the fire Prometheus robbed. What can you tell me about the obelisk? Yeah, we saw the obelisk. It's absolutely amazing. It looks wow, but is there some kind of puzzle?
It's a towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple. A dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque.
She knows way too much. I'm telling you, she is Minerva. Athena. I place my bids on it.
Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque.
Okay, the thing is, she's telling me all that, but I need to show you something, guys, that I did with Buluku, and not in here yet. But there are, maybe you saw in the rock, in the caverns, some type of like tunnels, and it's a bit labyrinthic, like labyrinth. And you can actually find a way to go down and very deep down. And there is some guy. I need to introduce you to him as soon as I can. And it feels like related to a ton of other mysterious, godly, mythological background-ish. And I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know, the story and the narrative design of this game.
Search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius.
True gem, huh?
His store is in the forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. But perhaps finding the other 3 will illuminate the way. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried.
Mhm.
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
Putain, this is. I feel like I'm in God of War. Like, meeting Persephone to. Bon, actually, it's not the same, but. Wow.
If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
Spirit guide? You mean like Kena, a Bridge of Spirits? Of course. Female satyrs whispering to me. Okay.
Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again,
Yeah,
I suppose you were worried
it's
I'd think you were as mad as Navia.
very stressful.
Tell me more. Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
Oh, it's always the same. And she's helpful, if a little cryptic. Oh la la, the description is so perfect. It's always the same voice, and she's helpful, if a little cryptic. This is exactly the perfect definition of those voices we hear, even if it's so abstract and difficult to describe. Well done.
Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit.
The character is formulating and putting things better than I could ever do.
You're hearing the voice of Proserpina
That's
herself.
very, very satisfying.
If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
Perhaps she said, wade against the current, and her tears run through the city, and she weeps where the water flows. Exactly. Putain, mais c'est trop bien quoi. C'est those little things, voices you heard here and there. They are actually putting them back to you like light reminiscences of stuff. Putain.
That is strange. There are no rivers here.
C'est sa sœur, la sœur de qui?
Let me think
Elle?
on that.
Non mais elle, moi je pense à Athéna. C'est genre, ou en tout cas une incarnation d'Athéna qui est là justement dans ce purgatoire, un peu pour nous tester et tester notre capacité à vivre ensemble. Et t'as le truc sociétal, enfin, je parle en français, mais c'est vraiment le délire, enfin, des thématiques en tout cas d'un point de vue historique, comme on a tendance à parler de la Rome et de la Grèce antique, c'est souvent... Enfin, je sais pas, il y a pas que ça bien sûr, mais il y a le côté politique et société et origine de la démocratie. Et tout cet aspect-là, hyper la naissance de la politique, vraiment, et dans tout ça dans le cadre de l'histoire et du culte, à côté des mythes, des histoires, et les sciences, et tout un tas de trucs, bref. Et je sais pas, je trouve qu'ils sont complètement dans un registre qui est vraiment hyper enfin, fascinant. En tout cas, moi, je trigger totalement, et je pense que ça doit trigger pas mal de monde parce que c'est hyper séduisant en fait. C'est dans, je sais pas, un segment, et ça dépeint Ça te plonge dans un espèce de huis clos de cette Rome antique qui, donc Rome c'est parfait parce que c'est déjà antique pour nous, mais t'as en plus des trucs plus anciens qui sont l'influence des Grecs, donc t'es dans un espèce de milieu qui fait que tu peux... t'es dans un cadre hyper optimal pour traiter de ces questions-là, machin, politique et tout. Et moi, des fois, enfin, t'as des discussions avec des gens, des questions qui s'enchaînent, où ça fait vraiment discours socratique de Socrate, avec des questions philosophiques qui s'enchaînent. C'est pas hyper métaphysique ou ce genre de truc encore, mais c'est très sur l'éthique, beaucoup, ce genre de choses. Et enfin, je trouve ça beaucoup trop ouf, quoi. C'est complètement dans le ton, et le cadre, ce huis clos, voilà, un peu antique, machin, de l'antiquité gréco-romaine, il est juste putain de méga respecté, enfin c'est trop stylé quoi. C'est vraiment trop stylé. I had to express myself in French, sorry, but yeah, I'm just saying the game is definitely very very good. Perhaps I need to get into the upper Citons. I actually know that already. I was already hoping you could tell me what it meant. The rivers, the Citons.
Well, as far as I can tell,
Aqueducts,
water flows
two
into the
Citons,
city from an
the upper
aqueduct.
Citons.
If that's the current she's talking about, then perhaps you
Yeah,
you
but
might be able to
I
get
know
a
it
key
already.
from the magistrate.
Okay, so yeah,
You can find another
that's
way.
the weird thingy,
Let me know
because
if you
I know
find
the
anything
exit
in
already, so this could have leaded me to the Citizens more, but because we have already ended with end 2, this is kind of, yeah, we know already, but it's leading us there because I think ending 3 might be there, saving everyone. The end 4 is by avoiding the rule, the golden rule, to be broken. In my opinion, these are hypotheses. And yeah, so I think the ending 3 is by going again to the cisterns, but there is a dialogue option with the youngest daughter that is being imprisoned here, and you can ask her to bring everyone to escape. So I think we might be able to save a ton of people going that way again, but selecting that option. We'll see, but I'm ready.
All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The
So
best
is
we
it
can do for them
still the
is to
same
let them
loop?
remain
No, I
oblivious
did
for as
another
long
loop,
as
right?
possible.
Yeah.
As for Livia, it
Hmm.
seems she's been shouldering the
So
weight
the
of
guy,
this terrible secret.
the guy with the bow,
all
I
this
killed
time.
him again, I
Perhaps
think,
it would
yeah?
comfort her to know she's not alone.
Because he was gonna come in and kill. I'll have a chat with Livia. I'll start looking for the. Okay, so I need to. I'll try to get to the upper citern. No. I need the plagues, but Livia.
In
Let's go.
any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May fortune
Oh,
guide you.
she gave us like
Although you may not need her with
5
Serpina on your
options.
side.
Just one that I've already done. And this might be one of the coolest areas, coolest rooms. It's gorgeous. Look at this. I've got it in 4K here. It's captured in 1080p, but honestly, the colorimetry is just so fucking amazing. And yes, I'm absolutely biased, and I definitely want to love this game way too much, but it's excellent, huh? Yeah, the PS5, I can't really feel it, but it's okay.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
And I
Just
don't
like
give a
Diana's.
shit, so I will go like this. Hello.
Salve.
Galerius, don't you want to present yourself to the elections?
It's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend.
You see, it's doing
Now,
a sort of cell
what's in
shading
your mind?
thing. Putain, it's beautiful. The drawing effect is really amazing, honestly. I deliver the flower to Ekosha on your behalf. Yeah. What's your story? We never asked. We never asked this.
Well, it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it. I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum.
Oh,
with my
okay,
parents
that's why.
and two little sisters.
They
Lovely part
all
of the
have
world.
an accent.
One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. Sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young, and it was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it.
And when you got, excuse me, you got this, and I'm like, how didn't we talk with him? He is the first guy we meet, but it's always like, oh hey, hey dude, you should do that. He's recommending me something to do, or now I just arrived. We never took the time to actually talk with him and hear about his story. It's the way the text and options are displayed is very intelligently made, honestly. The narrative design, once again, it's and how different it can be. We did ending 2 before ending 1 here. And some people, I guess, could do ending 3 maybe, or I don't know, but as the first one, I mean, so I don't know, it's... Your story was absolutely
yeah, well,
devastating.
I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place, and I started my life over again. That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. And I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting. And he'll get his, one day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes.
Attends. I take a capture of this. This is way too beautiful. I love it, putain. I don't know. Again, I will repeat myself. I'm sorry, but maybe you're getting bored. But the narrative design, it's.
Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway,
saying the
that's enough
same
of me
answer.
rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
Énorme. Even in The Witcher, I don't remember seeing something like this. Huh? Like twice the same, but it could have been totally possible in The Witcher, like one with Axie and one without, for example. That maybe happens. Maybe. I'm not sure. Anyway. Do you know a way out of here? Bah putain, we need to talk. How didn't we talk with you, Galerius? I don't
Harvest's
understand.
always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it?
Aye.
But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me. Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know? I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life. I bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me. Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley was just wandering around looking for some imaginary treasure. Now a magistrate accused him of being a thief. It's nonsense, of course. Dooley's the most harmless man you'll ever meet. But Sentius really has it in for him, for some reason. And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but I don't see how you could know a thing like that. You overheard him say that? Oh, why does that not surprise me? He and Sentius have despised each other for a long time now. Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal?
I gave the flower.
What? How did you know I was trying to... You know what? I don't care how you knew. What did she say?
"36, she's allowed to marry, and that she loves you too."
Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how happy you've made me. I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in. In the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps in some way.
Matchmaker. We did it!
Alright, see you around.
Oh la la, Galerius. Oh la la, and this effect, this graphic effect is... I really love it, huh? Bon. And you know what I was thinking is that if I ever have the opportunity or plan or goal or anything to create a game at my modest scale, level of aptitude, this type of settings, like a very narrative thingy, but with gameplay elements and some different phases. I don't know, it feels comfy and very comfortable, this little loop, this little town. We call that a huis clos in French, like a closed scene. Like it's not an open world, it's like a little place where the entire action is happening. Ulpius, I saved you. What's up?
Shalom.
Have you had any more ideas about where Scintilla might be? Yeah, I would need to ask him.
You mean,
but
where am I
first,
from
your
and all
story.
that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family, Romanized my name, and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim, across the Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river, and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them. I can only assume they got the better of me, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest, by a river not far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river, but not take my coins? A lot of good it did me, and that family. I sometimes wonder what happened to them.
And the music reminds me so much of Apotheon, a game I love as well. Greek mythology.
But even if I did, I'm not going anywhere.
That is actually one of the Gem Over episode, I don't remember, 14, something like this. You can find it in the playlist Gem Over, just under. Click on video, the video tab, up, Gem Over, click episode, I don't remember, Apotheon in 2 parts. Amazing game. Lol, this was the ad moment, but what do you think about the golden rule, dude?
Well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and collective punishment, so I guess you're looking for a pithy summary? You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel the Elder. He was approached by a Gentile and asked to explain the entire Torah while he stood on 1 foot. Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to another. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and learn." Of course, what I want to know is, what kind of a god sees a young woman abducted and does nothing about it? Not my god. That's for sure. Maybe you don't. I feel it in my bones.
I tried to help him, but he knows. He feels it. Yeah.
Sentius, I suppose.
Cool.
I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did to me.
So, Scintilla.
I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere I could get to. There are still 2 places I've never been able to reach. First, the palace. If Navia managed to get in, then I suppose Scintilla could have too. The only other place she could be is somewhere in the Cistern network. I remember hearing that Dooley had been poking around in the upper Cistern before he was locked up. So you could ask him about it, I suppose. All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
All right, what am I following? Livia? Livia. Sure, let's go. I'm gonna change this. priestess? What?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world.
Yeah. I figured it out. I know where we are.
Say it. Speak its name.
We're in Pluto's realm, the underworld.
Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it? I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest. Friend, you have given me hope. May you follow in the footsteps of Hercules and return to the light of day.
Don't you just
Fear
love
is
springtime?
proof of a degenerate mind.
Wow, isn't that a bit... Oh, you're here. Ugh, coming on a bit strong. I take back what I said. Let's just forget.
Gosh, where is she? Where is he?
Not for a few weeks now. Last time I
Another
saw
person who
him,
got
he was
lost.
sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some...
And I love how every time you come by other characters you've already met and talked to, there will very often be something new to tell them.
The
And
one
like,
word I kept hearing was
just like in Outer Wilds.
vanishing. And then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not.
And just like in Outer Wilds, you don't have, you have it, but it's reducing the very like consumable side of dialogues in general, in games, in like RPGs, in anything, where you need to, you know, like empty the non-player, the mobs, the AIs from their text to fill your inventory or anything or stuff. And here, because it's based on knowledge, there is this, but also, as in Outer Wilds, the characters are like having new discussions, so you can like follow up and continue even from a loop to another. It's very well done because you can already catch up with new thematics, more advanced, and like I don't know, you can totally develop a ton of interesting things with those characters. And yeah, it's not like you meet someone and you totally, like in Pokemon, for example, you meet someone and you totally like empty it and use it, with all the dialogues and anything this AI has to offer. Here, it can be much more, and like you're talking again to a ton of persons, which is very cool. Again, I'm doing a short break. I'll be right back and going for this one maybe. No, yeah, this.
I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so we drink.
Alright, actually it wasn't going to be a snack break, but because you mentioned, it became one. Oh. What's your story, baby?
Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us. You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here. Straight to business, huh? I can work with that. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii to you? Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I promise you, you'll never have to spend another hour in this city ever again. Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. I like my life here. One day, maybe, but not now. I think of it this way. I have something of value, and I'm willing to share it for a price. That's not unethical. That's just good business. Now, do you want it or not? Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say, "Let the buyer beware," right outside my tavern. All right, see ya.
So she's the one doing the those I think the graffiti. Oh wow, cool. Putain! What the fuck?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
No! Fuck. Putain, I've got the two bows. Wow. I've got the normal bow as well. That's why. Alright. Cool. I was like, what the fuck, my bow is not working? Ah. Okay, so...
His brightness was like the light. Rays flashed from his hand, and there he veiled his... Shalom.
Shalom, had shalom.
All right, friend.
I need to go there. But she's in the way. So... Okay. I don't give a shit. Let's go. Let's do it.
Well,
some land.
isn't that an impressive
Steal it from the
trinket?
gods?
You stay away from my money.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Exactly who does not know.
Whoa.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
You see, that's what I was referring to earlier, how the sentence before was grey, but then, because we used it already for this one, the first one, but there is still stuff to do. So it's like, I don't know, I like the codes of the white or grey text. It's like you still need to dig a bit by yourself, and it's cool. I need you to stop Fabia entering the empty shrine and tell the new arrival. What? Ah, yeah, for for the killer, yeah.
Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. Yulia? Oh no. Alright, I can do that.
Oh, Ulpius as well? Ah, because it comes after.
But how did you...
Okay, so you see we can make him
of course.
do a ton
I'll
of
make
stuff.
sure this gets to him. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Lovely. Okay, I'm a bit lost. Ah, but he's doing it.
In there.
No time to explain. Go!
All right, I'll be in my bakery. Thank you, Galerius.
And he's fucking doing it. This is so cool. With the voice acting, with everything. Look at this.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now. But
He's doing everything. This is so cool, Galerius.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns. Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own.
So, the stolen plaques. I need to find all of them.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Oh.
And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And Oh!
On your best behavior, I trust?
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Talk. An intriguing proposition. Go on. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me? To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate? You must think me quite mad. I've heard enough. Get out of here at once. Domitius, come quickly. We're being robbed.
Fuck. Okay, there is definitely something with her. Ah, that's the key. No, I don't have the key? Okay. Okay, so, give me 1 second. Okay. Ah.
Salve and welcome. Need something? Oh, there's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. but nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am. It's nice of you to say, but you should save your sympathy. Lots of people here need it more than I do. What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables, and Lucretia tries to keep us healthy. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes, and Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around us. Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days. Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we? Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the Golden Rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop. Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people. Horatius, Domitius or Rufius. I hope that helps. All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem.
Okay.
I won't forget it.
I need to check something. So. Galerius Georgius. No. Hannibal Horatius. No. Who? I don't remember his name. Sentius, Antilla, Sentius, Ulpius, Virgil. Yeah, architect. Notes? No? Nothing? Okay. Okay.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
That's him. Cleaning the graffiti. Oh hey, yeah. Basically, I want to ask you all, guys.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. No idea what you're talking about? No idea what you're talking about. And I think you're an imbecile if you think that's going to work on me.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
Oi! What now? Her name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus?
We actually didn't talk seriously with him yet. Just a bit.
Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why. You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners. When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see. I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected. We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem. Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust him to protect us? Do I seem like anonymous threats to my style? Listen, I don't abduct women. They come to me. And they keep coming back, if you know what I mean. Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
What is it, citizen? What? Absolutely not. I know someone's been threatening him, and I'm not happy about it. But I can assure you, it isn't me. All right?
Okay, I'm gonna expect their rooms. Ah. Oh, okay. Cool. Ah, Sinner. Yeah, that's him. Rufus. I got you now. But first, I'm gonna do something. It's a bit crazy. But... wait. Bon, okay, let's talk first.
I have nothing to say to you, kaput merda.
Whoa.
Welcome. Feeling all right?
Give me the key, I want the key for this temple.
Whatever's in that...
The thing is, I got a key for the palace. Key to palace doors.
Great temple up there on the bluff. I bet it's worth it.
The palace. I need to go in. There. Seems like a good Christmas gift, eh? Yep. But how do I come in? I've got a key, I don't understand. Because I need to help Rufus with his rheumatism. What can I... Attends, is there something about it? Oh, putain! To speak with Naivia or find a solution other way. Open the chest in the clinic of the Shrine of Apollo. Oh, yeah! Okay. Okay. Oh putain, mais this is amazing. This is exactly what I need. Shrine of Apollo. Yes. And now? Lucretia. Hey. You can help Rufus now and he will talk to me.
Feeling all right? You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. How is Nevia? Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufus down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster. Thank you. I'm really glad.
Yes.
That's a...
Rufus, where are you?
I have nothing to say to you, kaput murder.
What? Oh putain. Seriously?
You imbecile!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Finish the job. Go on.
Hide!
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, sounds...
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. What business is that of yours? Willow bark. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one. No idea what you're talking about? Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. And I know I said I owe you one. So I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Nope. But alright. Okay, cool. We're actually solving the problems in the city. That's pretty nice. Hey, I talked to him. Bon, we didn't meet yet, but hi.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. What demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it? Really? How did you manage that? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out. Really? That's promising.
Cute.
I'll keep an eye out for him. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Nice to talk to you.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna take something to drink because, yeah, I finished like an hour ago my bottle of beer. So now I'm gonna drink some water. Be right back.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Ah, finally. Yeah, it was a big glass of water. I actually went in the neighborhood. There is a swimming pool, and I just drank all the water. It's about 700 liters or something like this. Okay, well, now I need to go to pee for another 1 or 2 hours, so I'll see you right back. See you. Well, I did ask the fish that was the shark that was in the swimming pool already, but I couldn't understand what he told me, so I drank it. Like I absorbed it with the water. And no, the people around I didn't ask. I don't know who. I don't know. Alrighty, so we have a ton of stuff to do. The Greek plague. Ah putain, she gave me advice for all of them. But I've got the Roman one. Kabash. Putain, oh my god. Damn it, there is so much stuff to do. Scintilla, okay. Democracy. Virtuous man. I need to talk to Galerius so that he... The Roman plague. I've got the Roman plague already. How? How do I not have it? Non mais... Ok.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Maleolus! Hi, nice to meet you. Where is the Roman plague?
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want? Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be happy to sell it to you, but I don't, so I can't. I trust you.
Oh, I didn't realize my mic was turned off. Okay, so... Roman plague. To Octavia, I can ask. Oh no, Octavia, it's not here at all. Let's go.
That's quite an impressive bow.
I hope you're coping.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? That's good, in a sense. If you're not on edge, you've not been paying attention. But on the bright side, once you've been here a few months, it's...
We know she's Christian.
Well, it's slightly less terrifying anyway.
So she may
We've all been where
tell
you
us
are
about
now.
the Roman plague.
I remember when I first arrived.
But I think I
used to lay awake
encountered
at
it
night
already,
contemplating
so...
the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What if I...
Excuse me, I need to ask you.
Even if I... What you're doing is disgusting.
Oh, I can put pressure on her.
Shame on you.
Okay.
Here in this...
No. Alright, cool. So...
Hello? Hello?
Your treasure.
My friend Hannibal.
That's the Greek plague.
He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. You're going... Oh. You're...
Okay, bon, I'm skipping a bit because I want to figure things out. Who? Okay.
That's quite an impressive bow.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you.
Oh. Okay. Okay, Octavia. You're mean. Yeah. Just this time I wanted to clear all the possible answers, but yep. Next time it will be alright. We will save him. Okay, bon, he talks about
Hey,
this.
you're not thinking about going into the
Don't talk to
cistern, are you?
me, you.
No. Anyway. Good.
No plague? Okay.
So you survived the system.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his three.
There it is. I can take it. Okay. Egyptian one. Can I find Aurelia about Kabash? Okay, let's go.
Oh!
Hi.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's something dangerous about you, like a prowling manticore.
So this time...
How dare you? Get away from me, you pig.
No.
Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
And drink hemlock. Okay. That's exactly what she's giving to some people.
Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput.
Caput merda.
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant labour the water they have lost.
The plagues and the mystery plague. Kosha said this. She hopes this plague will reveal itself if I can find the other three. Okay. The Greek one, Akosha suggested being asking Georges. Putain mais... Okay, let's go.
Hello?
Oh, but the plague! He has it! It's there! That's the Greek plague. I can talk with him, but...
Greetings and greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman now. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dully. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
Hello?
Isn't
Thea.
the great temple majestic?
Are they?
You broke it. Why in Pluto's name would you do that?
seems you failed spectacularly. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered and do better next time. Now, I assume you've sought... I think it's best if I hang on to it. You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access to our water supply, the lifeblood of this city? I'm sorry, but that is simply out of the question. Yes, our water supply. From you. I wasn't born yesterday. Poisoning a city's water supply is the oldest trick in the Codex. Quite literally. Aeneas the Tactician wrote a siegecraft manual for military commanders some 300 years ago, recommending the poisoning or pollution of cisterns. And I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for might, after all this, be you. Perhaps it was a mistake on my part to place so much trust in you. I'm glad to hear that. Now, was there something else? You mean Duilius? You mean...
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? Oh, you... Oh no. That's... The question is, what was it doing in the cistern? A skeleton? Oh gods. You mean she's... What do you mean? But didn't Domitius say there's some kind of creature down there that killed and ate Hannibal? Could it not have attacked her too? What are you saying? That somebody crept down there and put Centilla's amulet on another body to make us think she was dead? Why would anyone do such a thing? But who? Who could have a reason to do that?
That is an extremely serious accusation. I take it you have something to back it up. So this is just baseless speculation, then? I've heard enough. I won't have you peddling scurrilous gossip about my sister's tragic death. Kindly keep your insane conspiracy theories to yourself, and leave me alone to grieve, you barbarian. Let me grieve my sister's death in peace, will you?
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
Ixion. Turns.
Salve.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me, when you die, a ferryman helps you cross a river and your spirit lives on in the underworld. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
Is it true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium, but if you were bad, you get punished forever and ever in Tartarus?
Something like that, but...
What if I die and go to Tartarus because they say I've been bad?
I'm not going to let that happen to you, Dooley. I promise.
Thank you, Galerius. Thank you.
Now, I have more work to do, but I'll visit you again soon, all right?
All right, Galerius. See you then.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. Oh, come on. You're a Sisyphus. Yeah, that's... Oh. Anyway, now. Oh. What? Thank you, friend. but I'd feel bad if I didn't tell you any. In the rock tunnel, if you can... I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me. And how could you... Well, if you can... I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius. Even I could do a better job. Me! All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
You again. What is it now? Are you insane? You bad. Why would I... You fool.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, sounds serious. Poor Virgil. Poor Rufia. Yulia. Oh, but...
You're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's something dangerous about you, like a prowling manticore.
you, Sisyphus. Attack or
Ugh,
pursue
coming
the
on a bit
stone
strong,
that
don't you think?
always returns.
Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not. Ugh, let it go. I guess that I'm so.
How'd you do?
Salve, Rufus. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Ah, a fellow. My friend. Ah, I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ash. Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing. The offering, it is symbolic, you see. It is never eaten, so I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know what I saw? Nothing! Nobody entered, and yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again. It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right. I do.
Okay, let's go.
How'd you do?
Whoa! Okay! I remember. I went here in my first playthrough. Let's go! Guys, putain, I was looking for this. I've been looking for this so much. Oh, wow! Putain, the light effects are so cool. Wow!
Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name?
Here is the guy. I'm Constantin, just Constantin.
It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosopher.
Whoa.
Somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
It's a check. It's a check for our knowledge. Dude.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
That's a very good question, my dude.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
Whoa.
Good. Never discourage anyone who continually makes progress, no matter how slow. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. But if you struggle with right and... Well, that's reassuring. You see out there, but under the... So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always... How can that be? Since they all have differences, it follows that in some cases they would offer different conclusions about what is right and wrong. If there is a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow that only one can be the correct one?
Horror.
You know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus, a scribe from among my people who lived some 400 years ago. He told the story of a man
the first
named Darius,
historian,
whose
if I'm correct.
curiosity was piqued when he learned that a certain tribe had the practice of eating their dead. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead, "What would it take for you to eat your dead?" Aghast, they replied, "Nothing." Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, "What would it take for you to burn your dead?" "Nothing," they replied, equally aghast. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king, that right and wrong are merely local ideas which do not survive the journey from one tribe to another. I take it you're in agreement?
I don't know.
Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with the dead and drank wine from cups made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct? And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument.
What's your point?
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense or to prevent a greater evil? For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations in which that rule may be suspended, and those situations are impossible to codify. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions. You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story.
Come on,
I was
dude.
a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern in an argument with a drunk mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire.
Okay.
Of course.
Okay, he's yeah. Wow. He's telling us straight in because there was a check at first. There was the check of the name of Pluto. Oh la la, it's so well done. We wouldn't have this discussion and he wouldn't be that straight if we didn't do some things before, so okay.
You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid...
Okay, he's one of the...
I think it's safest...
Okay, he escaped the... Oh, whoa.
Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again.
He's so passionating, this guy.
I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive. I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish. Huh. If I did, would I be living like this? Did we not discuss it at length already?
Yeah, we did, but...
Oh, I see. You're toying with me.
You're you know, very meta. Yeah, the plague, please.
Bearing the Egyptian inscription.
Yeah.
It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you, if Kabash had not already taken it.
Where is he?
I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. I'm getting to that. You see, it was among these old Greek relics that I found the thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail.
Okay.
There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
Oh my god, thank you.
I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
Yeah. Thanks, dude. Alright. So... I can go here. Kabash. Okay, 1 second. I'm putting my headset because this is gonna be action, I guess, here. I hope you're doing well on the chat. I'm wondering if I'm not going to stop soon in order to like do a second episode, maybe tomorrow. But I'm still hesitating. Let's follow that lead and see the very few things I'm missing. And we'll see. I may just do a long break before coming back. But first, let's explore around here. Whoa. Yeah, no problem, Pudding, but I'll be, I think just after this phase I will shorten it and we'll see each other tomorrow maybe. Thank you so much for being here, Pudding, and rest well. Good luck working tomorrow, and yeah, I'll be there around 8 PM this... Oh my god. The many shall... Putain, what the fuck? Egyptian? Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Kabash?
Stop! Do not come any closer. Who are you?
I am Constantin.
I am Kabash. And let me guess, another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors, Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want? To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
Wow. Thank you.
Now, as for the other plaque.
Ah.
Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it.
No, 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 no.
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is?
I got no idea. It feels like the Egyptian underworld and we're hearing sounds. Is it like that big monster that eats our soul and heart if... no, it's us if our soul doesn't weigh less than a feather or something like that. Yeah.
It has a name, and that is...
The Duat.
The Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers, but instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with...
Dude, the first plague is Mesopotamian.
Of the dead,
I'm sure.
Known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld.
Yeah, but
so
you used
forgotten.
The Egyptians used the Mesopotamian.
Is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize. But
The cuneiform writing.
As if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before.
Oh yeah, they are.
My people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name.
No. Putain, don't, please.
You are too late.
No.
It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up.
Oh my god, we will... This is so fucking cool. We're gonna plunge into Mesopotamian mythology and culture. What the fuck? We're gonna meet... what's her name? It's a girl, it's a goddess. Putain, Ereshkigal, the lady of the underworld and stuff like this. I'll find a way back up, no worries.
We shall see.
Putain, mais it's going deeper. I would never have expected it to get to the Mesopotamian culture. Let's see. Sumerian plaque. Cuneiform writing. Nergal. Yeah, Nergal. Yeah. That's I think he was human. Dude. So it is possible to save. All right. Look at this with the blue and the architecture. Oh my god. Okay, well, because it's such a good opportunity to make to create some suspense and some tension before next stream. Let's do this, and we will complete this game in 2 episodes, and maybe even if I do all the endings fast enough in next episode, I could go for some trophies. So yeah, much love with this game. I'm absolutely in love. And I'll see you around. Thank you for watching, and see you certainly tomorrow night for the next part. Bye bye.